Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. MAIB, împreună la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem?
Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să...
Vorbim mai târziu. Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
And is important for the entire community of tax and finance professionals in Moldova and Romania. TAXCON is organized with the contribution of two associations from two different countries, that is the American Chamber of Commerce, which I have the honor of being a deputy director of, and the Chamber of Tax Consultants from Romania. And for the third year, together with Dan Mănălescu, chairperson of the Chamber of Tax Consultants, we designed this event in a way that it would be interesting to representatives of both communities. Hi, Dan. Good to see you again. Hello, Moldova. Hello, Romania. Good to be here today. Thank you for inviting me over. Thank you for the initiative to continue this event that from a year to another becomes even more important for the field of finance. And of course, we'll have 2 days of very useful discussions, very much focused on tax topics. Thank you very much. Indeed, during these 2 days, we will try to approach taxation from different points of view. We will start from the most heated topic in this field, and namely, what is happening? What are the consequences of a new status that Moldova has as a candidate country to the EU? We will try to understand the regional context, the latest trends in the field of taxes and fees in the region and globally. Then we will continue discussing the challenges that non-residents, individuals and legal entities have in the work they carry out. Then we will continue with something that is not usually addressed in a tax conference, but this time we will talk about labor relationships and taxation, and then tomorrow we'll focus on other important topics. First of all, tomorrow we will discuss another not so discussed topic in taxation world, and that is payment tools and business financing sources, and what other uses of decisions that you can that you take in this respect. And we will talk about digitalization of taxation relationships. This is briefly the agenda of what is going to happen. We are glad to be both online and offline with the members of our community. We are glad that we got to the day when we can have events together in the same room, because after the first 2 years, we were doubting that. So now I'm happy to have it in a hybrid manner. And the success depends a lot on the partners of events. In our case, our partnership, a traditional one with some of you, that is PwC, KPMG, Mazars, Orange Moldova, MAIB, and our media partner, Monitorul FiscMD. I suggest that we should start with our conference discussions, but not before I tell you how we will interact. Our purpose is not to have a conference that is just dissemination of information. We really care about what you believe, what you think about some of the information that we will discuss. So the ones who follow us online can ask questions by writing them in the chat boxes or the broadcasting that they follow. The ones who are in the room will do it in a traditional way by raising their hands, and we will give you a microphone and you will tell us what you believe, what you're interested in, or make a comment about what we are discussing here. The conference is taking place in 2 languages, the basic languages, Romanian and English, as well as all the languages used during our conference. For the ones who would like to follow the conference in Romanian and they hear me now in Romanian, stay here on this channel. If you want to follow it in English,
English channel where you can see the whole event in English. Bun, după cum spuneam, primul
All right,
subiect
as I was saying, the first topic I would like us to discuss is one that is both exciting and concerning us at the same time. It is exciting because this European path is a long-lasting aspiration. And many of us, maybe even everyone, resonate with this natural aspiration to be part of a well-organized and developed community, including from taxation perspective. On the other hand, when changes happen, people are not necessarily happy with them because they don't know what to expect. And having the experience of being a trainer in some accounting trainings, and accountants was telling me every change is bad for us because that means we need an adaptation period. This means that the comfort that we have is a bit distorted for some time. So I wouldn't like us to perceive our path towards the EU as something that is disturbing us or ruining our comfort. That's why we will try to open today's event with our distinguished guests who honor us by attending the opening of the event. So I will take them one by one. Just sitting. So I already introduced Dan. I can tell you about Dan that some of us, well, the ones who watch us in all editions, they certainly heard it already, but the ones who connect to this conferences for the first time, I can tell you that Dan has extensive experience in both public and private sectors. He used to be state secretary at the Ministry of Public Finance in Romania. Also, in periods of time when Romania was undergoing serious reforms. Now, he was behind the rewriting the tax code, the tax procedure code in Romania. He's very interested in everything related to taxation, and not only. And as you already know, he's the chairperson of the Romanian Chamber of Tax Consultants and partner. Rosario de Palacio is a high-level advisor of the EU in the Republic of Moldova. He's been with us since 2016 in this role, but actually he is connected to everything that Moldova means for many more years because he was one of the founders of the UBAM mission, which is a border mission and aims at getting closer on solving several important issues among countries that are involved in the UBAM mission. By educational background and professional background, Rosario comes from taxation, over 20 years of experience in Italy, and who want to interact with him. He has a quite decent Romanian, so we'll let him show us his command of Romanian. I will continue Dumitru Alaiba. Dumitru is the chairperson of the Parliamentary Commission for Economy, Budget and Finance in the Republic of Moldova. He has extensive experience in the economic sector, having worked in several positions in different countries, including in one of my favorite countries, and that is Estonia. So after Sweden, Estonia is the next in the rating, in my rating. Dumitru is actually an important driver in everything, or at least always strives every time when we have challenges in bookkeeping and taxation aspects. I know that there is someone that I can talk to, and he will certainly try to carry out many activities. I would like just to remind you, when we had the Accounting and Audit conference in spring, on that very same day, on April the 4th, I think it was the second reading, and they approved the initiative that led to a lot of tension in financial institution and audit companies, if you can remember. So it was, yes, it was approved on the same day, and it was published in the official gazette the second day. I remember we were so exhilarated during that event. And at that time, Dumitru could not attend, but Dumitru was one of the ones who made it possible. And our speaker that will conclude the presentation of this panel is Ioan Gomenia, State Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, with also great experience in the economic field. Now, previously worked at Expert Group, independent think tank, and he also has extensive work experience in working in the public sector, in the State Chancellery, responsible to coordinating technical assistance relations. And also, Mr. Gomenia has wide experience in interaction with various stakeholders in the international context, and he's also a master student at SM and a doctoral student at the Public Administration Academy as far as. So this is our opening panel. We picked the participants carefully in order to have an interesting discussion in relation to the topic that we announced. And to set up our discussion, I would like to ask Rosario to tell us a bit more about this. I'm asking a simple question. So we signed the association agreement 8 years ago. Now we're talking about a new document that will come over us, that we will have to be agreed on by EU and the Republic of Moldova. So it is a document that will speak about certain commitments related to this status of becoming a candidate. So Rosario, will it be something totally different? Will it be something that will supplement the association agreement? So what to expect at the beginning?
Good afternoon, Moldova, Romania, and worldwide, and those who are in the room, of course, and especially the organizer. I really like so much this kind of forum. I'm honored to be participant in opening session, I must say. You know, Veronica, these forums are close to my heart. That's why a second time I got an invitation, second time I couldn't say no. This is a proposal you cannot refuse. Let's say like that.
From Italy, it sounds not very...
maybe you heard somehow in some movie on that. Yes. The title is interesting. When we are talking about, okay, today Moldova has a very interesting status and a very important candidate. Here I have to make immediate reference basically to 2 chapters of the EU acquis. And here we are talking taxation and customs union, because this will allow people and business to operate within a union without having borders, without paying taxes at the border. But what is that? What does that mean in terms of challenges? Anyway, when there are challenges, there are also benefits. We have also to think about it. Yes, indeed, there will be challenges, but this is not something very new. Why? Because mostly the to-do list or the shopping list is in association agreement. The association agreement basically is a great guideline or a blueprint, if we can say like this, to reach the negotiation process. Now, at the first, basically Moldova should address, and there are, perhaps you are aware, 9 recommendations that are even published on Minister of Foreign Affairs, where corruption, justice, human rights, money laundering issues should be addressed. Then the negotiation will start. That's meaning acquis, the EU acquis. And here again, the reference which I made before. What does it mean, the EU acquis? The 2 chapters of the acquis, taxation union, basically meaning when taxation covers extensively the indirect taxation. So basically the VAT and excise duty directives. That's what we are trying. Not only. And that's what actually Moldova is already today in association agreement, if you want to say. That's why I said the to-do list mostly is already in the Annex 6, if I have to be specific, of the association agreement, and in Annex 26, if I have to be specific with regard to customs. Because I wouldn't, when we're talking in union, well, I cannot disregard the customs, of course. You know, customs, the union, customs separated as well. So, where we are at the moment, because it's also important in order to understand the future challenges, maybe briefly I have to say where we are at the moment. in the progress association agreement, because this is important, as I mentioned before. This is a blueprint, a guidance for you to go further. I can tell you, Moldova today has a new customs code, which was adopted in August. It was huge efforts. We tried to tow the code with us in 2017. It was only possible to be adopted in August 2022. We have it. We have the legal framework to join a single economic space, a single transport space. That's again the new customs code. We are talking here convention on common transit. This is again, when we are talking a union, there are some targets, a benchmark to be met. Moldova is progressive towards that. And then an IPR regulation. We have it. What mostly has to be still done, and that's about market surveillance. And your product, when entering the country, should be safe, secure. So this is about the union. We're coming back to the taxation key. We mentioned the directive, VAT and excise duty. The VAT directive, well, Moldova, in terms of structure, we are there, yes? But of course, we still have work to be done in approximating the tax code with the VAT directive in the EU 112, if you want to have numbers, and not only, also the one of refund mechanism, which will be beneficial for transporters of Moldova and the EU as well, because they will have possibility to access the refund of transport costs and so on, and others. I mean, you all in this big room, virtual and physical, we all have tax experts, so we don't need to go really in details on that. What is important that also a change, and Moldova should follow the code of conduct for business taxation. And you know what it is. This is to avoid, let's say, harmful tax measures and so on. You see, and very important, the new, I mean, not really new, maybe new for you, but not for us anymore, the directive on cooperation between member states in terms of taxation. Because if you ask me, well, how will be a trade between Moldova and Romania in one day? You don't see border, you move to Bucharest, your cargo, but there is a taxation, there is also a control. There is basically an exchange of data. There are needs for IT technology, one challenges. A need for approximating the law. Okay, this is a minor challenge, in my opinion, if there is a political will to do. It's only about using the resources for that, having the resources. And you know very well, the EU is supporting very much approximation already today, and in the future even more. You may know that Moldova soon will adhere the customs and the fiscalist programs of the European Union, which until a few years ago, until 2020, was only possible, the access to this program was only possible by the EU member states. So by those, let's say, pre-accession countries, yeah, like the Balkans and so on. In 2020 was extended to partnership, and of course, candidate country. So this is also very, very crucial. Because the programs will not only help in capacity building, in approximation, but also will provide technical financial support where IT connection is needed. I mentioned before, if you want, yes, for the approximation on taxation, it's not just enough to approximate the tax code with the VAT directive, but you should also have some instrument to communicate with member states to prevent VAT fraud. In the future, trade between, I was mentioned before, between Moldova and Romania, or Moldova and Germany, Moldova and Italy, it will be just like a national trade, but it will be treated as a not taxable operation, like an export. So this is why, so the export invoice in the export, sorry, we cannot say export anymore. This would be politically incorrect. The sale invoice will be not taxable operation. VAT will be paid at destination. That's a general rule. So what we have to do in the future? not to discourage, actually to be happy, because as I mentioned before, challenge equal benefits. Benefits to have an harmonized VAT directive that one of the European Union means a smooth refund mechanism, less exemptions, let's say unduly exemption, meaning more revenue for the state, meaning less, let's say, a more fair competition in trade. So let's say more fair landscape in terms of taxation and so on. So we have a to-do list. We have the will. I would see more benefit than challenges. Of course, the challenges should remain to make us also more motivated. And I'm sure, I'm optimistic that we will progress with it. Just to conclude, of course, if you put efforts in approximation, perhaps it's also the time to think a proper fiscal policy, yeah, to go along with the approximation of the law or with the key. And here, briefly, I would say, I think, and of course, I'm sure that the president of the Parliamentary Committee on Economic Budget Finance will confirm it, Moldova would really need to switch a bit, for instance, taxing a bit less investment in job creation and to swap on consumption. What does it mean? I'm not saying to increase VAT rate, but rather to strengthen the VAT collection, rather to make more simple, to have a less rate, less exemptions, again, sorry to repeat myself, and to have also a smooth VAT administration, because simplification also leads indirectly to a revenue collection. And again, to a sane business climate. Thank you very much. Well, if you don't have further questions, I think I should not monopolize the opening session myself. So I really thank you and ready for questions.
Cred că noi, e mulțumim mult, Rosario, cred că noi am aflat...
Thank you very much, Rosario. It was very important for me to understand if what happens after signing this document will be like a catastrophic challenge. No, and after what you have said, I'm not very much scared. We will see what happens when this document is more or less made public, so that we, as a business community, can express our opinion about the level to which these commitments are taken and what we can do as a business environment. By the way, talking about everything related to taxation policies, challenges in this field, the role of a parliament will be critical in this respect. Of course, I realize there will be things that will have to move quicker than usually in our lawmaking process. That's why, Dumitru, I think you will also be facing a great challenge in terms of being a sufficient support team for the Ministry of Finance, with Rosario's support, with the EU delegation support, to make these things happen. By the way, we appreciate a lot this openness that currently exists in terms of the interaction with business and community, listening to the business community, especially in the fields that we discussed today, taxation, financial generally, or financial reporting per se. From your point of view, how do you think, how would the business community and us all as communities could be impacted by this new status? From the perspective of a politician who is specialized in economics. Thank you, Veronica. If Rosario didn't scare you, I will try not to scare you either, because, you know, on the one hand, all of us as a society should understand that the speed, and I said that at the event in Bucharest, this formula was left with me, the speed with which we become an EU member state is directly related to the speed of us being ready as a society, as individuals, as organizations, teams, to accept change, because change will come in all the fields, from education, culture, healthcare, taxation, economic policies, customs policies, tax policies, and so on. Therefore, well, I understand and accept that accountants probably are most conservative, and my mother is an accountant, and I can confirm that. But at the same time, it's important to understand that a healthy dose of change is benefiting everyone. It's a benefit for us as a country, as a community. That's why we shouldn't be afraid of change. We should somehow stay open-minded to them, because only the ones that don't improve don't develop, and our task is to get the right dose of reforms that we will certainly have to make. Because if we fail to implement reforms, this stagnation will keep bearing us. And sometimes I'm a bit more sudden and radical, and I accept that being said about me. But when you get to a discussion, like a bottleneck discussion, I get to the idea that let's look around. Let's admit that we have nothing left to lose. It's better to take the risk. We'd better make some unorthodox and unconventional movements, but let's try to get out of this swamp. Because the biggest risk is not doing anything. The biggest risk for our country is to try to adjust the system, which is not exactly competitive. With such a taxation system as we have, we will never be competitive in the EU, because we will enter a competition for investments, for residents, for companies, for countries that evolved hugely in the last 30 years. And all this time we stagnated because we were afraid. And now, I don't think I want to give too many details, because we still have some discussions internally, and that wouldn't be right. But I can tell you that over the last months, with Rosario and other colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, we worked in a working group, and we tried to see and find this balance between the need to change and not to become too extreme, not to lose what we have now, because we need to balance between these two extreme sides. So let's see, what do we have? We have a heavy tax system. We counted, and we have like 13 tax regimes in a small country like Moldova, and I think we didn't count them all. Probably we missed something out of that. And if we have, let's say, these 13 tax regimes from the perspective of a state official, it means that there is an offer for each entrepreneur to find the suitable taxation regime. And I don't even have enough fingers on my hands to count all these regimes. But we have a record high shadow economy. We have a lot of exemptions and special rates, which means that these regimes don't meet the business communities' need to develop and grow, which means we should grant another exception, another special regime, another special rate. As I said, we had despite of this great mega offer of regimes, we have a very big share of shadow economy. And our economy is not exactly popular as a destination for foreign investors, not at all, unfortunately.
înțeleg că și acceptăm faptul că din cauza războiului din Ucraina probabil nu ar trebui.
I understand, and we should accept that because of the war in Ukraine, we should not wait for investors to come this year and maybe next year as well. But even before the war, the foreign investors were not very much eager to come to invest in our country. And when I say we, I mean the government, we have to find out the reasons, because we had 30 years of governments who did not aim at having more investments. We have an economy that is dominated by consumption and remittances and a trade balance that is negative. So these are the problems that we have to solve. So these are systemic issues that we have to address, including via the agency of an appropriate and simple, clear, and again, simple to report on and simple to comply tax system, so that these changes do not bring pain, but rather bring joy to those that have to carry the burden of these changes. As Rosario has mentioned, one of the principles is not only simplicity, but I will give you a spoiler now, and I'll tell you that we will eliminate some tax regimes that are not needed or that generate certain overlaps. They will have to be removed eventually. What we're doing now, what we'll do next year, because Estonia did not become #1 in tax classifications overnight. They have been working on that, and for the past 12 years they are in the top, if I'm not mistaken. And the reasons that led to that is simplicity, universality, and as I've said in the introduction part, and as Rosario has mentioned as well, we need to understand that we tax too much investments, and we tax too much job creation, and we do not have enough taxes on consumption. And again, we do not have enough preconditions. We do not have enough incentives to encourage investments, and by fostering investments to encourage local producers, and to have in the long term an impact on the trade balance. Because unless we have this in place, the economy will not grow, the economy will not develop. I do not think it is a sustainable approach to keep on being an economy based on imports and on consumptions. We have to accept that, and we have to understand that. And last but not least, a principle of these reforms that we plan and hopefully will manage to announce openly in 1 or 2 weeks, because it's time already to do this, and we understand that we are a bit in delay, but one of these principles is to encourage entrepreneurs. I do not like this word, to fight underground economy. People stay underground because they do not find a way to work legally, to start up a business and to pay taxes correctly and easily. So I will not use this phrase, to fight underground economy. No, we have to foster, to encourage entrepreneurship. I think that's the correct way of thinking. That's all on my side. Thank you. So we did not have exclusiveness, but on the basis of what you've said, I would like to say that actually, on the one hand, this brings in my heart of an AmCham representative some hope, because we have announced this in our main document on policies. On the tax side, we do not have many action points, but one of them is to have a simple tax system for it to be easy to understood, to be understood, to avoid any misunderstandings. On the other hand, what Rosario has said, not taxing the capital, switching on something else, is something that we have been promoting for many years when we were speaking about zero fee on profit, but we do understand that this implies some costs, and that's why there is some hesitation. On the other hand, the other part, the darker side of myself, says that when we are speaking about issues related to the fact that we make a switch from one side to another, this could entail a certain burden on the shoulder of somebody else who is also generating some additional revenue for the economy. So we are aware of your way of communicating with us, with businesses, and I am looking forward for these discussions, because for sure members of our community, well, in general, I do not know many people who purposefully do not want to pay taxes. I don't know many people that have a sick mind and say that I don't want to pay just because I don't want to pay. There are many other reasons involved, many other factors. So starting from that, especially we in our community, all that we were an intermediate between the business and the government, and we are very glad to see whether we can contribute to the reform that you are devising now in the context of adherence, or maybe we can show you some things that could be adjusted for the benefit of all, because that's the only way that I can see how to make it functional. So as we are speaking about a win-win situation, we have a good discussion with the Minister of Finance. So I got seriously ready for that. So, as the chairman of the parliamentary committee has mentioned, yes, we are speaking about reforms. They are needed, a change is needed, but people need to accept it. First of all, you are the ones that have to accept. The government does this, we the donors are supporting, but Moldovan people need to accept it. And if you accept it, you will be motivated to help your government the same way we are doing it. We are supporting and helping the government with the donors. I'm telling from my experience, it's something similar, it's not the same. We one of the founding member of the European Union, our country, but we participated personally in the process of eliminating barriers within the European Union. And you can see the results immediately with Romania, for example. When you go to Iași and you buy something and come back, no barriers, you need to be ready. We are working on it, on control, on possibilities and so on, but you'll see the benefits immediately. You'll see the facilities immediately. When you have to work and the businesses operate and people move across the borders without any barriers, without any impediments, and this will generate economic development. So we should not be one team, people, the government, and donors. We are not three separate teams. No, we are all within the same team. Thank you. So that's all I wanted to tell you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rotario. You made this in an interactive way. I totally agree with what you have mentioned. And if we work as a team, our work will be more efficient. We have experienced that in many times in smaller scale exercises, not at the level of reform of the whole system, but it proved to be very efficient. And of course, it is the Minister of Finance that we interact on a daily basis with regards to tax reforms. And if they are the ones that will have to cope with the feedback, either positive or negative, from businesses. So I would be very curious, Mr. Gumeni, if you could tell us the view of the ministry regarding this challenge that is coming to us, generated by our status of candidate to EU. I will maintain the same positive approach. I'll not speak about negative impacts because I don't see too many of them. I would address this topic not only from the perspective of EU integration, but from the perspective of the current situation. We are being affected by multiple changes and shocks and so on. We need this to ensure stability of public finance, to overcome easier the shocks that our country encounters. You asked at the beginning about the burden of the status of a candidate country, but we should not view this as a burden. This is a trust given to us by the EU, because we used to have an association agreement before, and we could say that we did not implement this and that because of this or that. We will implement it in 1 year, but the situation has changed. We have a commitment that we have to stick to and implement, and the responsibility will be higher. But on the top of that, we have some other commitments, obligations stated in the association agreement that have not been implemented yet. But my point is that legal harmonization or the implementation of directives is not a copy-paste exercise. This is actually a much longer process. It means adjusting the national policies to the EU directives. I will give you one example. In the association agreement, we have, which remains a very important document, we have some commitments related to VAT, excise taxes, non-discrimination of residents, non-residents with regards to paying taxes. And we have good progresses almost for all taxes. Regarding excise taxes, we have equalized many of them, but we have we're still lagging behind regarding excise taxes on tobacco products, because to adjust our law, we would need some additional policies, because if we hurry, if we do it very quickly, we might see the smuggling increasing. So my point is that we have to understand that we're not just copy-pasting the European norms. What we have to do is also to adjust the public policies to make sure that we arrange the whole legal framework. And of course, our country expressing its wish to join the European Union, what it actually means is that we would like to increase our level of living, to have a better standard of life. And we are aware that we will need a couple of years to achieve this. A priority will be to align to several directives, in particular the directive on avoiding tax dodge, a directive on the minimum quote on the tax on profit, and some other related directives. We already made some steps on electronic systems to avoid tax dodges. So we have an agenda that we are implementing. Of course, we do not just stay and expect something to happen. On the government's platform, we set up working groups, and we will start in a couple of months the preparation for negotiations, and then the negotiation itself, then the closure of negotiations. The whole process can last several months. So this is a process that has already started, and we try to understand on the go what we have to do in order not to wait. But I would say that we are at an advantage, because we can learn from the experience of our colleagues from Romania who have lived the same experience, and maybe they had some challenges that they had to overcome, and they have their successes as well. So we can learn from their experience. They are by our side, and they are helping us overcome the challenges, and in a shorter way we'll be able to walk on the shortcut. I would end here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in today's event. Thank you very much, Mr. Gumenie. Actually, we are very glad that these working groups are being established. In AMCHAM, we are a very diverse community with an expertise that cannot be found elsewhere in terms of consultancy and implementation of certain measures. So we are open and willing to discuss with you if there are some issues or elements where you are not sure what would be the effect, what would be the impact on the business environment, on the community as a whole. We are open to discuss and to help you with our expertise find the shortest and the best way to fulfill our commitments. And as so, Dan, please help us understand, out of everything that you've heard, everything. Rosario, high-level EU consultant in this area. We also speak about what Dumitru has mentioned in terms of aspirations and principles underpinning a potential reform exercise, and what Yuan said regarding the potential directives and steps that are planned and are already being implemented by the Minister of Finance. Is it totally different from what Romania did some years ago in the same situation, or is Moldova following the same path? Would like to find out your opinion about this to make sure that we have a comprehensive understanding of this topic. For sure, the challenges are the same, but I would add here something in addition to what Romania had at that moment. The fact that besides the challenges related to the adjustment of the law, on the top of that, we have a huge inflation environment that creates even bigger challenges in implementing the reforms, because inflation has a direct impact on the end consumer. So we have to take into account this, especially that we have discussed some minutes ago about the rebalancing that is very important. But the whole picture, I think, is the key word. There is a need to adjust some tax rates and types of taxes, maybe to eliminate some exceptions. But this will convey, this will be reflected into higher prices. But in the context where the prices are already increasing because of these inflationary trends, the budget revenue might decrease because of a collapse in demand. So we have to plan very carefully the reform implementation calendar, and we have to correlate with what is happening at the European and global level. We can see that there are inflationary trends worldwide, and these trends do not seem to end soon. That's a challenge, a huge challenge at the global level.
In terms of fields, indeed, at least at this moment, or when Romania was preparing accession, the emphasis was most on indirect taxes. And at European level, well, at that level, the acquis communautaire was highlighting indirect tax and customs tax. I noticed that more and more we talk about common directives and regulations in the field of direct tax, which means there will be new things to be adjusted here. These things are not yet set at European level, like minimum rate, like common taxation base in Europe, consolidated common rate, the way of adjusting, if it is with minority or majority, and things are still being discussed at European level, and which means things are changing. However, talking about simplification, which is the desire to be achieved, and this was a discussion in Romania. We want a taxation framework that is as simple as possible. It may happen still that no matter how much we try, things will not be simple. No matter how much we want them to be simple. The VAT legislation and Directive 112 is very complex in excise duties as well. No matter how much we want to simplify things, I think we will not succeed. However, it is important, and this was the discussion that we had in Romania for years, and during that rewriting of the legislation, I took part in the discussions in the parliament, and the government was presenting a new draft tax code and tax procedure code. And the question that was asked in the first meeting, how many pages? This is not relevant. The idea of simplifying in terms of how thick the book is not relevant. Clear legislation doesn't mean a thin book or very thick book, because things are explained. Legislation is useful and easy to apply when it includes details and tries to cover various situations for different cases, because we're not living in a simple society today. There are various transactions, types of economic activities that somehow need to be regulated. And as I was saying, at least in the field of VAT and excise duty, when we adapt our legislation to EU directives, it might happen that directives cover multiple situations that have to be transposed somehow. With direct taxes, there may be some more room for settlement, simplification, but as I said, we need to look at it in the right dose. And we're discussing about the excise duty and the minimum level. Romania made mistakes as well. And if we look at the period of years 2008 to 2010, when we tried to jump up or to skip some stages and to do an accelerated increase with excise duty, with tobacco, and that was the biggest problem. And we saw the influence of such big increases in smuggling and resources, budgetary resources that were collected, because these are very demand-sensitive products, and consumers are tempted to look for an alternative solution. And if we raise suddenly the price, they will not quit smoking. They will try to find another solution, and things can become very sensitive. As it was mentioned before, it's important that the path was chosen. If you look at the world level, the market economy is the only one that shows performance, that it has value for the citizens, and it creates a society where we would like to live, and we look towards other countries which tried other mechanisms, and we live in a region of the world where other mechanisms, other systems for economic operation were tried, which proved not to be having a good performance. That's why this is the right direction. We just need to think of the steps to be made, adjust them to possibilities. And I think it's very important to be willing to accept these things, and for us all to embrace the idea that this is what we're willing to do, and to be able to overcome some situations that are difficult when we adapt to them, but we keep the eye on the target. I think we can overcome all difficulties. Therefore, I'd like to wish you good luck to you. We are by your side, and such events are meant to help these efforts to adapt the legislation. Personally, I was involved and I became closer to the Moldovan legislation as part of a similar process in 2016, where I took part in developing a study that is still at the Ministry of Finance related to adapting the legislation in the field of VAT and excise duty to the requirements of the EU directives. At that time, we tried to provide a comparison table and a comparison with what happened in Romania in order to help this transposition process and to help. And again, if help is still needed, we are ready, we are open to share from my point of view and from the perspective of people who also came and visited, and we took part with the Ministry of Finance to write that document. So we are ready, and my colleagues from the chamber were always ready to start discussions, to have debates in order to make an exchange of opinions. I remember now from what my colleagues were saying, what panic was at the Ministry of Finance when the first VAT infringement procedure came. I mean, we were part of the EU, everything looked fine, we were adopted, and then an infringement came. And infringement means that we did something wrong, and the Commission raises a flag and says, we start an investigation because these measures seem not to be in line with what the directive says. And that was a huge panic. What do we do now? In the meanwhile, things turned to be normal. Other procedures came. Because, well, that's not the end of the world. It's a procedure of discussions. The Commission is asking, the member state answers, says what we meant. Maybe the member state did not understand correctly what they had to transpose. No one's losing their head, you know. But it was an overall panic. Everyone was scared, like, what did we do wrong? It wasn't a mistake. These are things that can be solved on the go. Even though at the date of accession we think that we are ready with everything, I can tell you that certainly even afterwards there will be things that will need improvement. I agree. I totally agree with everything that you mentioned. I agree with what Dan said. I think we set a sort of an understanding of what is going to happen. We will try to help you where you believe we can be of help. On the other hand, sorry, but we will criticize you where we think you deserve to be criticized, but only constructive criticism. We don't do other type of criticism. So really, maybe targeting some subjects that for us are important and sensitive, and we believe are important. Unfortunately, the time scheduled for this opening panel runs out. And I'm sure we will have the possibility to interact more with each of you in various fields so that we can make sure that this dialogue continues and that the intentions stated here are discussed in more detail in other, maybe closer circles. Thank you very much, Rosario. And maybe if you want to make this session interactive until the end, maybe. Sorry, I couldn't hear what they say. Thank you very much. We will see you in a couple of minutes to continue our conference.
se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. Maib, împreună, la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem? Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să... Vorbim mai târziu.
Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
we are back to our conference. Now we are continuing with our first panel of the conference, and we will speak about the macro dimension and the global trends, regional trends of taxation. Because all of our speakers are not here in the studio, it's just me and our moderator of the panel, who is Dan Manolescu. I have introduced him during our introductory panel, but still I think it is not enough to tell you about Dan. Dan is president of Romanian Chamber of Tax Advisors, and he is also a tax partner at Cotters and Partners, and he has a vast experience in working in consultancy as well in public and in private sector by being deputy minister or state secretary at the Ministry of Finance of Public Finance in Romania. Today we have a very interesting panel if we're speaking about the speakers and the subjects that could be and will be touched in this panel. And usually we are doing our macro panel in all our conferences. It's our third conference when we are trying to touch these issues and to understand better if we are in line with trends or how we should be ready for the trends that are coming in this particular area. I would like, Dan, if you don't mind, to introduce our panelists, and after that we can proceed to discussions on this particular issue. For those who are in here with us at the conference and would like to have a translation in Romanian, I will say the same stuff in Romanian just to be sure that everyone will understand. Cine are nevoie de traducere în română sunt căștile
Who needs interpretation to Romanian? You can get some headsets from my colleagues and make sure that you can hear the following panel in Romanian, because we will continue speaking English.
We are continuing with our panel. First of all, I would like to introduce Marina Marinkov. Marina is an economist in the European Department of International Monetary Fund, and currently she is working on Moldova. Previously, she used to work at the Fiscal Affairs Department in the same organization at IMF, and she is interested in fiscal and monetary policies as well as open economy, macroeconomics. So her range of interest is very exact, in line with the subject of our panel. Other panelists that we have now is Mikhailo Polyakov. Mikhailo is a co-chair of the tax committee at AmCham Ukraine, and he also is a manager of fiscal affairs at Philip Morris Ukraine. He worked for about 5 years at the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and before that he served in the Ukrainian Ministry of Finance. So he has also a very large experience in public and private sector. The other speaker that we have in our panel is, I hope I will put this name in the right way. I think it's Grzegorz Kus. If I'm not right, please correct me when you'll have a chance to discuss with us. Grzegorz, is it okay?
It's more like Grzegorz, but Gregory or Greg is also great.
Greg, I like it the most.
Sorry?
Can I use Greg?
Yeah, Greg will be fine.
Then I will use Greg. Greg is a director at PwC Poland. He graduated from the Faculty of Law and Administration, and after that, Columbus School of Law in Washington, D.C. He joined the team in 2008 and joined Tax and Legal Department, and now his interest is more connected with investment expenditure as well as regarding Polish tax covering hydrocarbons extraction activity in Poland. We do not have this kind of activity in Moldova, quite complicated to pronounce it in the right way. And we have a special guest in our panel. I'm referring to Corina Alexa. Corina Alexa is our colleague from the Ministry of Finance, Moldovan Ministry of Finance. She is deputy head of department, tax and department, who is directly in charge with everything which is connected with the macro and the fiscal and tax. And Corina has vast experience in the public sector by being expert in taxation and customs activity in all these years. So you would definitely be interested in what would be the subject that could bring together all those absolutely amazing speakers that we decide to invite for this special first panel. We thought that it would be nice to try to cover very interesting and kind of hot subjects that are now discussed in the tax world all around Europe and not just in Europe. And we have a very interesting discussion with Dan about the ESG and how ESG could influence, could be influenced and could influence taxation. The situation that we have with the war that are just next to our door in Ukraine, and how it affects tax decisions of decision makers in the region, and how it is affected by those decisions in a way or another. And of course, we're definitely looking for some more in-depth understanding of the regional trends that are happening now in taxation. Dan, do you think can you choose one of them that would be like starting point?
It's my privilege to host this debate panel. I start with the perspective of the regional environment. Marina, I think, would be the most fitted, given her position in the IMF, to give us a view on how she sees the situation in the region. We have all these challenges that you mentioned about. We have the war going on. We have the inflation that we discussed in the first panel, that it's a new challenge for everybody. We have the soaring the energy prices, and we've seen already the steps that the Commission took and some other member states took already to establish new taxes, windfall taxes for the energy sector. So all these are already giving a change perspective and change environment for the macroeconomic environment in the region. So Marina, please, how do you see all this situation around the region?
So good morning, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate in your conference. I was wondering if I could start with a presentation which focuses on all the topics that you just mentioned, if that's okay with you. So I hope you can see my presentation.
Can you get a confirmation that
we can see it there?
Can you see it now?
Already in online? Can we have a confirmation from the technical team? Okay. Marina, please go ahead.
Right.
Can see the presentation. Yes, please.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm a bit of a nerd, which is why I come prepared with a presentation. So please bear with me. Right. So as you mentioned, my presentation will focus more on the macro economic outlook, trends, and taxation in Moldova. I will try to draw as much as possible from the fund view, but also the IMF's engagement with Moldova. Right. So as you already alluded to this, the current global economic environment is one of the most challenging that we have seen in recent decades. So we have the long period of muted inflation and low interest rates, which we observed in many countries through the years, being replaced by soaring inflation and rising interest rates. On top of that, recession concerns are growing, and geopolitical tensions remain high including due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine dragging on. So this, of course, presents a very, very complex policy setting. So we have monetary policies which are focused on taming inflation, and they are kind of trying to appropriately calibrate their stance, which is a difficult exercise given the concerns that an aggressive monetary policy could squeeze economic activity. Similarly, the fiscal policy, which is more related to the conference, is facing some very, very difficult trade-offs. So first, we have the fiscal space, which is much more limited after delivering unprecedented support during the pandemic. So in the first chart of this slide, we see that the fiscal deficits have fallen in the last 2 years, but remain high relative to pre-pandemic levels. And that's across all income groups and all countries. In addition, another factor that you mentioned is inflation. Households are hit hard by high food and energy prices, and the risks of social unrest are really high and they're growing. So this is what we see in the second chart, and what really stands out is Europe, and more than Europe, is Moldova, which is currently facing inflation rates above 30%. And of course, energy prices are the main drivers. And then finally, the third chart illustrates the budget constraints which are tightening because global financial conditions are more challenging. So the sovereign spreads have widened significantly in the last year. And this, of course, has the implications for countries' abilities to finance deficits and to finance them on favorable terms. So at the current juncture, finding and maintaining an appropriate fiscal monetary policy mix is critical. So fiscal policies, in my mind, needs to shift from the more pandemic mode of the last few years, and the way that we at the IMF see fiscal policies should support monetary policies in the sense that the implementation of programs and policies does not create additional inflationary pressure. So it doesn't counter to monetary policy efforts to lower inflation. But at the same time, fiscal policies should be geared towards protecting the most vulnerable from rising energy and food prices, and also towards safeguarding critical investments, which is something that we at the fund always press for. So on this point, the IMF recently published a note which takes stock of fiscal policies that were implemented this year to deal with high prices. So I include a reference on the slide, but some key takeaways are that countries have implemented a variety of new measures, including price subsidies, tax cuts, cash transfers, in order to lessen the impact of inflation on vulnerable households. And the second point is that these measures have been really, really costly, and they're running for most countries in excess of 0.5% of GDP. So the governments and they need to find ways to finance these extra expenditures. And the way that we see things at the fund is that revenue mobilization becomes an urgent policy challenge to create this additional fiscal space and to also reduce debt vulnerabilities where debt is really, really high, in countries where debt is really high. Okay, so let us now turn to Moldova. I'm going to just mention spending quickly. Spending pressures are rising, and they've always been significant in Moldova, but now they're growing. So these spending needs are related to, firstly, the more structural issues, such as addressing large gaps relative to peers in the areas of education, health, and public infrastructure. So we see first two charts, which come from our latest Article 4 consultation. There are significant gaps in education and health outcomes in Moldova, which need to be sort of reached in order for Moldova to speed up its convergence to the living standards observed in regional peers in the EU, which is also something that becomes important in its EU accession. On top of that, the multiple shocks that Moldova is dealing with at present, which include the pandemic, war in Ukraine and its spillovers, as well as high energy and food prices, they're also calling for additional spending. So what we've seen is an uptick in transfers to households in particular in this year, and this is likely to continue next year. So to us, it's clear that fiscal policy discussions in Moldova will need to center on how to cover these expenditures. So the fund does, as part of its work with Moldova, it actually provides lending, and there are multiple international donors and lenders. And obviously concessional lending can play a role, but what we're starting to see is that Moldova is competing with other countries in the region, including Ukraine. So that additional borrowing may, become harder to come by, but even once you get additional borrowing, this also has repercussions for public debt. So Moldova at the moment does not really have issues with public debt, but it's something to keep in mind going forward. So once again, my conclusion, or our conclusion, is that domestic revenue mobilization is the way to go. So the next two slides, I'm trying to sort of use the databases at the IMF to tease out some trends in Moldova and in Europe and the regional countries. So in terms of the structural revenues, the structure in Moldova is aligned with the region. And the revenues in the region are more reliant on consumption taxes relative to advanced Europe, for example. The other thing that I see, which is quite impressive, is that the revenues are holding firm despite the multiple shocks and, despite Moldova coming out of the pandemic. And their levels are comparable to the non-EU countries in the region, but obviously they're on the lower side compared to the advanced Europe. So Moldova has some scope to improve its collection and revenue mobilization efficiency. On the next slide, I sort of try to look at, whether there is anything that we can see from the tax rates compared to the region. So in the first three charts on the slide, we compare the tax rates in Moldova with countries in the region. So what we see that the VAT rate is more or less aligned with regional peers in Europe, but personal income and corporate income taxes are lower, which has some implications, meaning that, these relatively low tax rates should be accompanied by tax broadening measures or in order to yield sufficient or comparable revenues relative to peers. The last slide on this chart is, we don't need to go into the details, but it's just, it compares a few measures of revenue efficiency mobilization, and it compares Moldova to Europe. So we specifically look at the VAT and the personal income tax efficiency for Moldova relative to peers, and Moldova still falls in the lower range. And that's kind of understandable given the low tax rates, the low tax base, and the high levels of informality, which you alluded to in the previous session as well. So in our mind as well, and when we focus on, sort of tax issues in Moldova, the IMF, through its technical assistance and through the successive program, has focused on, how to fight informality, strengthening tax administration, and broadening the tax bases. So on the next two slides, I wanted to just highlight two related areas on which the authorities have worked quite hard and plan to work on in the next few years and in the future. And these relate to tax expenditures and revenue or tax administration. So we're very excited at the IMF that Moldova has actually published a report, a comprehensive report of tax expenditures for personal income taxes, business income taxes, and VAT. And why are we excited? Because often, if you're looking for additional sources of revenue, one way to do that is to look at the tax expenditures. Maybe I could just mention a few principles for tax expenditures. So how we define them as deviations from sort of the normal benchmark tax system, which is quite complicated to define, but it's all included in a discussion in Moldova's report. And tax expenditures, they have similar objectives and effects as direct government expenditures. Another thing to note is that they often counter or run against the basic principles of good policy design. So tax systems should support an efficient allocation of resources and be driven by productivity rather than differential tax treatment across sectors or across economic agents. But we also recognize that tax expenditures are justified in instances where, social benefits would outweigh the social cost, which is why when we're thinking about rationalizing tax expenditures, we often look at this cost-benefit analysis. And in general, what we typically advise at the fund is to develop some kind of a stock of tax expenditures and, systematically evaluate them in order to guide informed decision-making and to allow, policymakers on a regular basis to weigh the costs and benefits of specific instruments that they use. So the table on this slide actually just summarizes, it gives a snapshot of the tax expenditure report, which is published on the Ministry of Finance website. And I see like basically two things. One, that tax expenditures are rather large. So they're about 3.6% of GDP. And they're likely to be larger because this focuses only on three taxes, and it excludes excise taxes, custom duties, and property taxes. And the other thing is that the VAT accounts for more than 2/3 of tax expenditures. So that's definitely, there are a lot of zero-rated items, exempt items, and so on. So, the decision to rationalize becomes like the next policy challenge now that you've taken stock. And this is something that the authorities are definitely working on. In fact, under the program, they have committed to preparing some proposals to rationalize tax expenditures and potentially expanding this analysis in the future to include all the other taxes. So for us, this is one of the areas where, revenue mobilization could be achieved in the context of Moldova. We wouldn't say it's low-hanging fruit because it would require some difficult decisions by policymakers, but it is definitely something that the authorities are aware of and know how to work with. The authorities have also made substantial progress in strengthening the tax administration, also with the help of technical assistance from the donor community. It's also something that we included in our program, and I think in the previous session, the participant from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Gumene, mentioned some of the things that they're focusing on in the revenue administration. But just as an example, the IMF produces a tax administration diagnostic for countries to identify strengths and areas for improvement. And this was done, I think, in 2018 for Moldova. And one of the key weaknesses was that Moldova didn't have an accurate and reliable taxpayer register. So in other words, the register did not record the tax obligations for all core taxes, and it was not reliable when it came to key data. And this is something that the authorities have worked really, really hard in the last few years. And in June this year, they have operationalized an integrated taxpayer register, which will enable them then to take tax. Now that they have a register of all the taxpayers, they can make sure that those taxpayers are complying. And this is the next step that they're working on with the IMF and other technical assistance donors, and that is to develop a tax filing compliance program. I also mentioned a few other efforts like strengthening the tax administration authorities' capacity to investigate and refer tax crimes. And I think this was mentioned in a previous session, the introduction of general anti-avoidance rules is something that the authorities want to do in their tax code. So I think my time is up. I was given 10 to 15 minutes. So just to summarize the way that we see it, we're facing a challenging global environment, which creates difficult policy choices. The budget's under pressure. Fiscal policy needs to support the vulnerable. And we see revenue mobilization as an immediate area where countries should be focusing on, to build the fiscal space which is needed to support the vulnerable, and to also make sure that the countries do not become increasingly indebted. And for Moldova specifically, we link this to our focus in the program, which is it needs to continue fighting informality, strengthening the tax administration, modernizing tax administration processes, and broadening the tax base. So thank you. I hope I addressed some of the issues that I was asked to. I'm happy to stay on if there are any questions.
Thank you very much for the detailed picture that you gave us in terms of what is going on in the region in Moldova. I would just try to pick up something that I felt is very important to retain, that this mix of monetary and taxation policies is very important, and the role of the government, of the central banks in this should go hand to hand. And we are already seeing an experiment going on in Turkey about how the government is influencing the monetary policies, and we'll see what would be the outcome of these kind of experiments. But otherwise, I think that's what the central banks and the government should do, is try to coordinate everybody actually focusing on their role and not trying to step on others' shoes, because otherwise I think things could go wrong. And from what we see already happened in Turkey in terms of the way the inflation is evolving, all of us have lived in the last 30 years in inflationary economies. In the eastern part of Europe, we know already what high inflation is and how this affects everybody's life. Hopefully, we will not be in a position to live those times again, but I think that is why it's so important that the central banks and the government coordinate, and nobody just try to blame the other and just take the advantage for their own. So thank you very much for this perspective. We will move ahead to Mihailo to give us a perspective on what is the economy environment in a war economy. What is going on in Ukraine now that it's a war going on? How the economy is struggling to resist and to provide for what the country needs to defend itself against aggression. So, Mihailo, how do you see the situation with the eye of somebody which is actually living in an area where a war is going on?
Thank you for the opportunity to join the conference. So regarding the situation in Ukraine, for sure you can see a lot of information in the media on how the situation is going on the battlefield. But as I see in the international media, not a lot of information about economic situation inside and macroeconomic forecast for the next years. So I will try to fill this gap with my presentation. So at this moment, government expect a very huge decrease in GDP. So Ukrainian government expect more than 30% of GDP decrease this year, with modest recovery in next year. So we hope to get plus 5% to the fact GDP of this year in 2023. At the same time, we have a very huge rate of inflation. So at this moment, we have 24% of inflation in Ukraine at this moment. And forecast from the national bank that till the end of the year we will have 30%. So next slide, if you don't mind. Yes, so you can see on the screen, so GDP declined 33.2 this year, will decline as a forecast from the national bank, and as I told, inflation rate will exceed 30%. At the same time, we don't see a lot of information. So before the war started in Ukraine, National Bank, Ministry of Finance, State Tax Service, and other bodies, they published every month a lot of data which could be analyzed by international partners like International Monetary Fund and World Bank and EBRD and other donational organizations who support Ukraine. At this moment, we don't even see the register of license of some producers in excise sphere in Ukraine at the website of tax authorities, because they expect an attack by hackers, and they don't want to publish a lot of information which could be affected by these attacks. So all this information are providing to our partners internally without publishing a lot on website, but a lot of information we can find now. As yesterday, Ukrainian government submitted to the parliament draft budget for the next year. More than 50% of this budget it's on military expenditures, and 20% it's a medical and social support of Ukrainian people. So during last week, Ukrainian forces recaptured Kharkiv region. It's in a very big territory with a lot of damages, and Ukrainian government will spend a lot of time just to indicate which amount Ukrainian government needs to rebuild this region. So, and it's not even taking into account what is happening on territories which at this moment temporarily occupied by Russia. I mean Lugansk and Donetsk region. So we think that in this area damages might be even bigger than in Kharkiv region. So the next slide, please. So budget revenues in August, as you can see, it's an 55% of the total revenues of the Ukrainian budget. It was an custom duty which was provided by. It was a financial aid which provided for Ukraine, and August it was the biggest amount which Ukrainian received from international partners from different countries. And so more than 50% of Ukrainian budget revenues in August was on money which was provided by partners, and we are really thankful for this support, because if you will see on other parts of the revenues, it's a customs duty and other tax revenues, it's not so big. And taking into account this information that more than half of the revenues, it's just donations from other countries, Ukrainian government decided not to do additional increase of tax rates. So just in a few words on system in Ukraine. So in Ukrainian government have a right to increase by the rate of inflation all tax rates which are in currency, Ukrainian currency hryvnia. And every year a government takes this opportunity to increase tax rates. But this year Ukrainian government decided not to propose additional increase because of huge inflation, and this increase will bring even more inflation, because increase of tax will increase the price for the product, and for sure it will give plus 2 or 3% to the inflation rate. And at this moment, it's I'll just remind, the forecast is 30%. So the government decided not to propose additional tax increase, but in March we had a huge deficit of petrol, and Ukrainian government decided to cancel all taxation. So I mean excise and VAT for petrol. And at this moment, Ukrainian government want to implement excise back for this category. And at this moment, it's only one category which is not taxed in Ukraine, because we had a lot of troubles with bringing this product to Ukraine. And this is very important for the Ukrainian economy. And even taking into account that at this moment we don't see any problem with gasoline on gas stations, but we see a huge queue of trucks which are going to Poland border or from Poland. So last week it was more than 30 kilometers long trucks queuing from Poland border to the Ukrainian border, and our truck drivers have to spend more than 1 week just to cross the border with the product from European Unions, from European countries to Ukraine. So on the next slide, you can see the split of these donations from different countries. So the biggest amount came from European Union and Canada. We had an opportunity to ask National Bank of Ukraine to support the budget with printing money. I will take direct how it is. So it's just bonds which local, so Ukrainian government, it's a military bonds which was printed by Ukrainian government. So for sure it will bring additional pressure to the inflation. And sorry, I was mentioning that European Union, Canada is the biggest donators to Ukraine, but the biggest one is United States. So we know that United States provides us with not just military equipment, but a lot of big finance aid. So the United States is the biggest partner of Ukraine in this category. And we hope that this money which are donating from these countries and our partners will be stable. So I'm not talking about some big increase or not. We are talking about a stable incoming of the money to the Ukrainian budget. As the Ukrainian government want to see the same from the duties, so excise, profit tax, and other taxes should come to the Ukrainian budget month by month to cover all expenditures. And at this moment, deficit in the budget, which was even presented by Minister of Finance and President of Ukraine, it's $5 billion per month. So this huge amount can be covered by some increase of tax rates because it will not cover this huge amount of money. So on some governmental initiatives, you can see on the next slide. So it was a big discussion on implementing import duty. So it was not a classical import duty. We had the implementation of classical import duty 8 years when Russia annexed Crimea. But in this year, government decided to think on 10% fee on currency exchange transactions to push Ukrainian citizens to buy local products, not to bring currency outside of Ukraine. But this decision was criticized by business experts and some ministers, because a lot of enterprises in Ukraine was damaged a lot, and some big companies like Coca-Cola, even Philip Morris, we don't have an opportunity to operate on our factory and import from other countries. It's not our willingness to bring more pressure for the currency. It's just a necessity to provide revenues to the budget and to provide products for the people which they need. So this initiative was discussed 3 months, and the decision was not to submit even this idea to the parliament to vote. And it's a big achievement of all business community and achievement of American Chamber of Commerce as well, because in Ukraine, American Chamber of Commerce, we are the leading business association, and we were pushing very hard not to implement this idea. On next slide, just an information on how the discussion on the draft budget were in last few months. So there was an idea to bring additional excise increase for different products, even for tobacco, not even taking into account that at the tax code we already have plus 20% increase every year to achieve European Union minimum in 2025 plus 20% every year. So I'm representing MCHM Ukraine as a co-chair of tax committee, and at the same time, as Veronica mentioned, I am the acting head of external affairs department of the Philip Morris Ukraine. So I will mention about tobacco experience in Ukraine. So we have very bad experience of excise rates increase in Ukraine. So excise rate during 2017 and 2021 increased by 2.5 times, and revenues at this moment increased only by 30%, and illicit trade growth by 6 times, from 2%, even in 2017 it was 1%, and at this moment it's 24%, and tax losses only last year was from this industry is $225 million. At this moment, Ukraine every day requests to the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and other organizations to bring more money. But in case if Ukrainian government will fight effectively illicit trade, and at the same moment, if the tax rates will not be raised very fast, it could bring more money to the Ukrainian budget. So at this moment, we are happy that government decided not to provide additional increase, because in this situation, it will for sure will bring more illicit trade in tobacco. We had some, so we experienced some scientific research which was provided that 1% of increase of tax rates for tobacco is bringing 1.22% of illicit, and the biggest factor of increase of the price of tobacco products is an excise rates increase. So we hope that the Ukrainian experience will be taken into account in neighboring countries like Moldova. So at this moment we see, so next slide, just on a few words what is going on at this moment on initiatives from the government. So government is thinking how to implement European Union directives to the Ukrainian local legislation. It's a biggest priority for Ukrainian government, and Ukrainian government working very hard with this. And the biggest challenge for the Ukrainian government is how to read European Union directives and how to implement them into Ukrainian legislation in a good way, not to bring additional pressure to the Ukrainian economy, and to fulfill all obligations which Ukraine took during this candidate to the EU session. So we hope that Ukraine will do a government bodies reform, because we have a lot of governmental employees, and personally thinking, we see that during April and May, when a lot of employees from the government were abroad or were not working, government bodies worked very well, and it seems that it was no negative influence because of absence of these people on their workplaces. And we experienced from June, July, that these people came back with their second opinion, third opinion, and we see some slow movement of initiatives which business is bringing to the table to the government. So in March and April, it was more easy to bring this initiative to the table of the Minister of Finance, head of the National Bank. At this moment, we are coming back to the situation that we need to bring this proposal to the table of some chief specialists. This chief specialist will share with the head of department. Head of department will decide not to show this to Minister of Finance, and we are approaching Minister of Finance directly. So at this moment, business initiatives not considering so fast as it was in March and April. So business expect governmental reform and decrease of the amount of governmental representatives. And so maybe, Dan, you have some questions of Veronica. So I was trying to do my best to say what is happening in Ukrainian economy in 10 minutes. So I hope I'm in time.
I think the perspective that you gave us is very clear, and it's showing us that, or is giving us a picture of how a fractured economy is looking, what is happening to an economy when a war is going on. Is clearly that all that we know about the structure of the budget, the way the budget is constructed, the way the taxes are raised is totally changed. And this is clearly showing us that to raise taxes, you need a functional economy. When the economy doesn't work, then the way the tax system is working in itself is totally changing. I would compare the tax system and the economy with a turbine that needs to spin to produce energy. If the economy is not working, there is no income generated by that economy, so the budget is not getting its resources. And this is probably more clear in such a situation where the economy is affected by war, but we can translate that in any other scenario where actually the economy is not working to its full potential, because whatever you want to do with taxes, this raising taxes or this sudden increase that may on paper show that the government will collect more by just increasing 10%, 20%, or some other different percent tax rates will not in real life produce the expected results. Thank you very much for your insights, and we will go along to discuss a very, let's say, hot topic of the reporting, is the non-financial reporting concerning the environmental, social, and corporate responsibility or corporate social responsibility reports. This is something that started some years ago when the economy was let's say, going up, and the whole attention was on how the business environment could be socially responsible. This is already a challenge for all the companies to required to report this kind of information. How do they cope with this, and what are the implications? We'll find out from Greg. Greg, how do you see this reporting in terms of the impact they have on this reporting has on the company, and given the challenges that the economy has now in this new context, how do you feel the need for this kind of reporting fitting in the new situation?
Yeah, sure. So once again, many thanks for invitation, and I will try to tell you what's our perspective on this ESG, environmental social governance impact on tax reporting and maybe not non-financial reporting from, let's say, European and Polish perspective, and basically it's coming from a, let's say, pressure. Do you have my slides? Oh, that would be great. Yeah. So there is like many stakeholders making a pressure on companies to be more and more environmental friendly, more transparent, more care about well-being of employees, customers, and so on. And in some areas, I would say the current global crisis, economic crisis, war on Ukraine, and so on, these are impacting maybe how fast these things around ESG and impact on various areas of companies are implemented. But still, there is like a very huge impact. And for example, we observe right now that companies with ESG policies having a proven track record of caring for the environment are getting better return of the investment for private equity funds. We are observing banks being more happy to provide financing for an investment of an environmental friendly factory. We see more and more customers buying from companies which are socially responsible. Yes, so that pressure is here already, and I think that it will be growing. And if we can go to the next slide, in terms of reporting and impact on various areas, we tend often think about this mainly in the environmental way, which is of course good because we have, like, after all, one planet to live and so on. But if we look at taxes and reporting and impact on the economy, I believe that these two remaining letters are even more important, especially when it comes to the taxation. It's about tax transparency, making fair contributions to the state budget, not use some aggressive tax optimizations and so on, and also it comes to social when it comes to level of personal income taxes, of social security, and so on. So these two blocks of this ESG concept, I believe, are more important for taxes and reporting than even this environmental issues. And looking at trends which are in taxation and reporting, if we can go to the next slide, is that we have, like, I would say right now, at least from Polish perspective, 4 main pillars where some local or EU regulations are being created, implemented, Some of them are kind of soft law, some of them are hard law, some of them are coming from EU directives, which are then implemented in various ways in different member states, and some of them are basically coming from local need and local policy, local government. So I believe that the tax transparency is a huge trend, and it will only grow with various countries implementing a lot of new regulations. These are coming from OECD, from United Nations recommendations and initiatives, and in European Union we can observe, like, you know, approach to transfer pricing, to country by country reporting, to DAX 6 reporting, disclosure rules about tax schemes between various member states. Looking, for example, from Polish perspective, we have like biggest data of biggest taxpayers being available to the public, including number of revenues, number of costs, income, and also tax paid to the government, basically published on an annual basis, and it's a, I would say, even media event right now, that they are journalists comparing then sector by sector who is paying, who is not paying, and why money to the state treasury, and we are observing a lot of comments from public relations offices from the companies. That we are paying a lot, of why we are not paying that much. So that trend of tax transparency is growing. We right now are implementing like a kind of agreement with the government that I'm opening doors to the tax inspection, having basically permanent tax inspection in my company, but in exchange I can get like quicker refund of taxes, less number of inspections, or less number of other inspection coming to my doors. We are implementing, like, in 2 years, that all basically invoices will be on governmental cloud, with all VAT already being electronical, so we don't have like paper tax returns. It's all already in electronic form, so it's for the government very transparent, and it's reducing the risk of mistakes or some kind of, you know, tax crimes and frauds. So this tax transparency on EU level, and also I believe European, will grow, and this is first of all, I believe, expected by the society, and on the second hand, it secures the government in having the right level of tax revenue coming to the government. The second pillar, which is also, I believe, driven mainly by the EU regulations, but also on some level at the local level, is these environmental taxes. Yeah, so we have like plastic directive, which is coming into force in Poland from the next year, with a lot of new fees, but also compliance and fines for non-compliance, which will force many actors in the value of chain, from producers to distributors and even consumers of goods with plastic covers and bags or whatever, to properly administer the plastic waste, collect this, pay, and so on. Locally, we are having similar regulation for glass. We have already a sugar tax implemented, and also there are like ideas of having additional regulations coming to tackle some pressing social or governmental needs, like, let's say, rain tax, or we are right now implementing like higher fines for environmental crimes, like last couple of weeks, and still Poland is coping with that. The second largest river in Poland was polluted by probably some unknown company, and this is driving a huge change and focus to the these environmental crimes, and also I believe this will drive the policy and new taxes probably being implemented, and also new compliance in that matter. The third pillar is also, I believe, very growing. One thing is that there is a new EU budget with tons of money coming for environmental friendly investments. But this is also on the national level, how to cope with environmental change, with social change, and the stuff. For example, incentives for electricity because of the soaring prices in the market, incentives covering transition from fossil fuels to electronic vehicles, to transition from coal and gas to other sources of heating in the winter. Yes, so incentives for thermomodernization and so on. Sorry. So this trend also will grow and impact the level of taxes and so on. We see this also in terms of incentives for innovation, for R&D. These are growing to promote innovation, technology transition, industry 4.0, and so on. And there is a lot of happening in terms of regulatory, especially non-financial reporting, sorry, also driven by the European Union directives. Basically, in 2025, you will need to report in non-financial report a lot of data regarding waste management, regarding management of water, how the companies are constructing processes about this, what are the safeguards, what are the key measures to lower the impact on the environment by the companies, to show how they are promoting diversity and inclusion, what's the number of, let's say, women in the management board of the companies. And this is already applicable to financial institutions, banks, and largest companies. And in time, it will be applicable, I believe, to all companies. So just to sum up, I believe that ESG will be a very important factor in development of tax policies, new taxes, compliance systems, fine systems on both EU and national level, because of this all pressures which are coming from various stakeholder groups, which will, in my opinion, only continue to grow in the coming years.
Would be the fact that the way we measure performance until now will change for sure. If the financial reporting purpose until now was to measure performance by results in terms of net assets or in terms of profits, now the whole idea of performance will change, and the sustainability or environmental impacts of a business will get into this measurement of performance, and this become probably the new buzzword future of how we measure the success of a company. Sustainability, I think, is the new, probably if we have counts on the internet or on how many times this word appears, I think in the last 5 years it probably increased by thousands of times the usage of this idea of sustainability. So thank you very much for giving us this detailed view on what this ECG will represent in the future and how this will evolve. Now for the last part of our panel, sorry, we already the coffee break. I promise we'll catch up and we'll have a coffee break after this last discussion with our special guest, Corina. How do you see things now after all this presentation in the panel and after the first introduction we discussed about the challenges that are raised by the accession to the EU? Now we have covered all this ECG reporting. Probably it looks like the Ministry of Finance has a lot on the table to deal with. How do you see the things? Does all these challenges look scary, or how's the plan to deal with all this that it's in front of all of us? It looks like we have a bit of a problem with the connection.
Okay.
It's still on, or
I think we can ask Corina about that because she will be also with us in our next session. We can start with that.
Then then it's good that we can go directly to the coffee break that was already late. Sorry for that. We were I think taken by the wave of the discussion. I think there were a lot of interesting presentation. Thank you very much to all the panelists, and thank you for the patience in our audience, and we'll see each other after the break. It will be a shorter one, not as planned, probably in 10 minutes. Recap. Thank you.
Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. MAIB, împreună la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem?
Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să...
Vorbim mai târziu. Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. MAIB, împreună la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another.
Panelul de astăzi îmi face mare plăcere să vă prezint paneliștii noștri. În primul rând,
It is a pleasure for me to present our panel speakers. I will start with those who are present in this room. I am glad to see Veronica as a speaker this year, not only as a moderator. Veronica Sirețeanu, she is Deputy Director of Policy and Advocacy in American Chamber in Moldova. And before that, she had the role of project manager. And the project she likes the most, is closest to her soul, is the coordinating of tax management project. She has a wide experience in public service. She was a Deputy Minister of Finance. Hopefully we'll have a very interesting discussion with her. We also have Cristina Vicol with us. She's a manager in the General Accounting and Taxation Department, Orange, Moldova. She has broad experience both in accounting and taxation, and she can tell us some hands-on information, not only theory. We can see what are actual challenges in practice. I'm glad to see with us Yuri Chichibaba. He is a partner at the TAXCON'22 consultancy company. He has experience of more than 20 years in tax consultancy and accounting, and he also has a combination between working in the business area, being the coordinator of the representative of an international company, and he also had the position of Deputy Minister of the Minister of Finance. So we have here people with broad experience from various areas. And I'm also glad to present the panel speakers who will join us online. I'd like to welcome William Morris. He is with us at each edition of TAXCON, and we are very glad to see him this year as well. Hopefully next time we'll see him face to face. He's a deputy director at PwC US and the chairman at tax committee AmCham-EU. William has experience both within business and in the tax authorities. He is also president of the tax committee OECD and in AmCham-EU. And the special guest for today's meeting is Corina Alexa. We've seen Corina in the previous panel session as well. Hopefully we'll have captivating discussions. Hopefully we'll manage to cover a broad area of interest. I've seen during the coffee break that there are already some questions that the people would like to get answers to. So I'll switch to English now.
So we would ask you to present us the global perspective of what is happening in international taxation, what are the latest developments, and how can they impact Moldova inclusively?
Get all the mute buttons off. Thank you very much for inviting me. And as you said in your introduction, I very much hope to actually be with you in person next year. And I will look forward to visiting Moldova. But for the moment, I'm virtual, so I'm very happy to lead you through what's going on. I know you've been talking a little already about what's going on at the EU level, and there's obviously an enormous amount going on at the EU level with the Unshell Directive, now the possibility of a Tax Enablers Directive. There were measures obviously announced around green taxes, which we talked about in the last panel. There's BFIT. There are a whole series of things. But what I want to focus on in just about the next 10 minutes is to bring you up to date on where things stand with the OECD and its project on pillars 1 and 2. The project is loosely called the digitalization of the economy, but as I think you all know, and certainly as I'll try to describe very briefly, it has spread well beyond that over the last couple of years. So if we move to the first slide, what we will see here in a second, I hope, yeah, we go, is a timeline. And I've only taken us back slightly less than a year, but try to look forward a couple of years. And it really was only last October, so 11 months ago, that the G20 finance ministers and leaders endorsed the two-pillar approach. Very short document, 8 or 9 pages, not a huge amount of detail, but it gave the OECD and the countries involved permission to move forward. Now, bear in mind that the OECD is a group of, I think now 37 countries. During BEPS, they cooperated with the G20, which added another 8 or 9 countries, those G20 members which weren't members of the OECD. But for this project, they've had something called the Inclusive Framework. And the Inclusive Framework is over 140 countries, some of them very small, but some of them very large. And that has technically been the decision-making body of the OECD. Now, obviously, trying to get that many countries to agree on things can be difficult. So the decisions have truthfully been taken in much smaller groups, sometimes even as small as the G7, which is the world's 7 largest economies, excluding China. But what they did was in December of 2021, they issued model rules on Pillar 2, on the minimum tax. These were issued without consultation with business, unfortunately, and they were issued as final rules. And we'll get into the Pillar 2 rules in a slide or two. They were issued on December the 20th. On December the 22nd, the EU put out its own draft directive on minimum taxes, obviously very heavily based on the OECD model rules, but not totally. There were some changes to take account of some EU law issues. It was expected under the French presidency of the EU, which lasted from January to the end of June of this year, that everything would be agreed. given that the politicians had agreed at the OECD, it was felt that that would follow naturally with the EU. That has not happened. And again, we'll get to that a little bit in a second. At the same time, on Pillar 1, which is not about a minimum tax, Pillar 1 is now focused on reallocating a certain amount of profit of basically the 100 largest companies, 100 largest groups in the world to countries where sales take place or where services are provided. And that's often called destination-based taxation. It's not a full move to destination-based taxation, but it is at least a partial move, and it moves away very importantly from the arm's length standard when it does that. So, we started 2022 with governments very confident that they could move both of these projects forward. As we get into late 2022, the middle of this slide, that is proving not to be the case. The MLC, which is a multilateral convention or treaty, which needs to be done, needs to be written and open for signature by countries, has not yet been completed. It was meant to be completed in the middle of this year, and now that's been really effectively put off until next year, maybe the middle of next year. And it's clear that there are still some substantial disagreements amongst countries on certain issues, like who has to relieve double taxation, for example, and how do you source revenue, and how do businesses cope with this, for heaven's sakes. So again, I'll deal with that on just the next slide. At the same time, the Pillar 2 rules have been quite heavily criticized in some cases. They're very complex, and they come up with some harsh results. The so-called subject to tax rule, which is meant to be in there to help developing countries, is under development and should be announced by the end of the year, or something should be put out by the end of the year. And Amount B, which essentially is meant to respect in routine marketing and distribution functions, to take those off the table and ensure that they're not double taxed by Amount A. Amount A being the part which reallocates profits to other countries. Excuse me. So that takes us, we're now midway, we're about exactly midway through September. And we expect more action on this by the end of the year. We expect to see more papers released on Pillar 1, and we expect to hear more about the so-called implementation guidance, the more detailed rules on Pillar 2. In 2023, they held a public consultation, as many of you will know, in Paris this Monday on a series of Pillar 1 issues. But they announced, nevertheless, that they were going to stick to the new timetable of having this treaty open for signature by the middle of next year, and then moving on to ratification. As I'll describe, I think that's somewhat optimistic. With Pillar 2, they expect to have all the rules ready to go so that if the EU does manage to move forward, it can be implemented on December 31 of 2023, effectively to come into effect in 2024. Now, 2024 and 2025 are really by nature speculative. They're a long way away, and a lot of stuff can happen. It is expected, or rather, the OECD continues to say that the Pillar 1 will come into force in 2024. The income inclusion rule, which is one part of Pillar 2, the part essentially which allows you to tax in your own country up to the minimum rate of 15%, will come into effect. Not until 2025 will the UTPR, or the undertax profit rule, come into effect, and I'll describe that a little more. One point just to bear in mind, and this is very important for digital companies in particular, is that if Pillar 1 does not come into effect by the beginning of 2024, then this moratorium, which is in the orange box at the bottom of this page, about countries not bringing in digital services taxes, will lapse, essentially, will stop having effect. And from the beginning of 2024, we'll see almost certainly more digital services taxes. So let's move on to the next page, and I'll try and be a little quicker, but hopefully that was a helpful overview of where this stands. So this is about Pillar 1, and again, just to reiterate, for businesses with more than $20 billion, 20 billion euros, which actually at the moment is almost exactly $20 billion of global revenue, a new non-arm's length allocation of 25% of deemed global residual profit, which is to say profit before tax above 10%, will be reallocated to destination jurisdictions. Those two thresholds between them, 20 billion and profit above 10%, effectively bring this down to about 100 corporations. They have said that within a few years, they'll try and lower that to 10 billion, and that would then bring in hundreds more companies. But for the moment, that's where it stands. You will recall, this is called the Project on the Taxation of the Digitalizing Economy. Honestly, Amount A has nothing to do with digitalization right now. It captures, to be sure, some of the largest tech companies, but it also captures consumer goods companies. It captures manufacturing companies. It captures a lot of disparate businesses who had not thought that they'd be in there. Again, the timeline here is what I ran through before. Now, what they've done so far is, rather than put out a blueprint, which was the whole document, which is what they did in October of 2021, they have actually put out now what they call a rolling public consultation. So they put out separate consultation papers on nexus and revenue sourcing. So where is the revenue come from? General scope rules, who's in, who's out, and there are tricky questions around extractive industries and financial services. Those are covered in two separate papers. How do you determine what the tax base is? Both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 actually create the tax base off of audited financials. So this is different from the way a tax base is normally constructed. This is actually from financial reporting. And as, again, as those of you who work in businesses or accountants know, financial reporting is actually very different from tax reporting. Tax reporting quite often has more of a tax flow element to it. Financial reporting is a snapshot of the economic health, strength, or weakness of a company at a certain point in time. And there are different depreciation rules, or different rules around credits, for example. So the tax base actually is quite different, and this is even more important when we come to Pillar 2. They've also said that they want to provide certainty around this, because it is new, it is complex, and they put out a paper on tax certainty, which was relatively heavily criticized. So they're now going to reissue that paper. And then they issued a progress report on where they were so far in July, and it was that they held the consultation on Monday. And then they'll go back. They will issue more papers in the coming months. Probably they have a key meeting in early October, so a few weeks from now, when they will issue another group of papers. They hope to get this wrapped up and agreed by the end of the year. But honestly, how much agreement there is on the really difficult issues, like actually who is it that gives up tax base? Who is it who has to compensate to prevent double taxation? Which countries is it? And the US has spent a lot of time trying to ensure that it's not the US. So that potentially makes this a slightly less stable system than it would otherwise have been. Amount B I talked about before, but it's a guaranteed minimum percentage to the country where routine marketing and distribution takes place. And again, there is an interaction here with Amount A. Now, just before we leave this page, let me just say one thing, which is you may well have read about the difficulties of actually formally ratifying a treaty which embodies Pillar 1. And those difficulties are particularly strong in the US, where you need 2/3 of the Senate to ratify a treaty. And it's pretty clear that majority does not exist. If the US does not ratify this treaty, then the OECD has talked about a need for critical mass before it comes into effect. And the US, even just the US alone, not approving Pillar 1, could well remove the critical mass. So it's quite possible that Pillar 1 never actually becomes a formal treaty. But it's very important to bear in mind that the template produced by the OECD and the G20 and whomever will become the template for taxation going forward. And certainly some developing countries, some very large countries, which are market countries, will draw on this. So this will have an effect on the international tax rules, even if there is no formal Pillar 1. Okay, so last slide on Pillar 2. Pillar 2, as I said, everybody thought at the beginning of the year would move forward pretty smoothly. There was this political agreement. The OECD comes out with model global rules. The EU comes out with a draft directive. There's a commentary and illustrative examples, although they don't add that much. Came out in March of 2022, again not open for comment. And then there was a public consultation in March/April on the implementation framework, which is to say what needed to be in the detailed rules to actually make this work. And that's really the first time that business was comprehensively pulled into this process. There have been public consultations in other countries, UK, Switzerland, Jersey, New Zealand, Ireland, and Malaysia, and draft legislation in the UK and South Korea. However, things did not move so smoothly in the EU. There were a number of countries that were concerned about elements of Pillar 2, and not just some of those countries that you would expect. Poland was concerned about a linkage between Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Estonia, which has a relatively unique system of only taxing, or rather of not taxing, retained earnings. So if a business keeps its earnings, doesn't distribute them to shareholders, but uses them to reinvest in the business, then there is no tax in Estonia. Only when those amounts are given to shareholders, are distributed to shareholders, are they taxed. And Pillar 2 would essentially kill that process. So lots of concerns, which took a little while to work through. There were various workarounds. Smaller countries which didn't have many businesses, over 750 million, which is the threshold for Pillar 2, got various carve-outs. But to this day, there have been countries which have held out. Poland held out until June, when it got an agreement on rule of law issues. But at that point, Hungary then stuck up its hand and objected. And so far, Hungary has not changed its mind. There was an ECOFIN back in July, at which no agreement was reached. There was nothing in August. There was an informal ECOFIN, which took place last weekend in Luxembourg, I think. And at that, the Czech finance minister, the Czech Republic holding the rotating EU presidency, said that he would try for October, the October ECOFIN, but that might not happen. As a result of that, go down to right at the bottom of this page, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and the Netherlands issued a declaration last Friday saying they would move ahead on their own with national legislation if they could not get agreement very soon. And that may mean October, it may mean November. One of the reasons for going for a directive, obviously other than harmonization, is that there are EU law issues, particularly around discrimination, particularly around the effects on other EU countries, which could probably be protected by a directive to which everybody agreed. But if countries do it on their own, those issues still arise. And the same is true of enhanced cooperation. So exactly where we go with Pillar 2 and how fast it moves is unclear right at the moment. It may become clearer in October if Hungary does agree. But that doesn't seem to be, at least on the balance of probabilities, what will happen. So this will stretch into November, maybe into December. If not, then it goes to the next presidency, which is Sweden. And again, as you'll have seen from the newspapers, there was a general election in Sweden on Sunday, and it appears that the Social Democrats and the centre left fell a few seats short. Therefore, the Prime Minister has resigned, and there will be a new right-wing coalition. And again, Sweden was not one of the biggest fans of this. So again, we'll have to see how this moves forward. So I have no doubt that we will see minimum taxes introduced by these countries, but there may be differences. And as they move through the national legislatures, changes may be made. So let me stop there. That's a quick and hopefully helpful overview of where the OECD project stands, which is undoubtedly the largest thing in international tax at the moment. Thank you very much.
William, for this nice overview. Even to be sincere, even for me as a tax consultant, when first hearing about pillars, it sounds to be something like superior mathematics when you see it first. and thank you very much for a very nice overview. Moldova not being neither the member of OECD nor the part of the inclusion framework, do you think that we're so optimistic and the optimistic deadline and timeline is followed, and by the end of this year, the next year, we have something progression on the pillars? Do you think this would impact Moldova as well, or maybe if the companies need to already or on the restructuring or their value chain, and would this impact the application of the double tax treaties Moldova has currently?
Right. So those are all good questions. Those are all great questions. Yes, I mean the aim of this project, particularly Pillar 2, is to effectively bring all countries in, whether they're members of the OECD, whether they're members of the EU or not. The way that's done, at least in Pillar 2, is both through the income inclusion rules. So if there are subsidiaries of Moldovan companies in other countries, they can be taxed up to 15%. There's this strange thing called a QDMTT, or Qualified Domestic Minimum Top-Up Tax. But also there are incentives, so long as enough countries do this, and that's obviously one of the questions we've been just talking about. If there are enough countries that do this, then the so-called undertaxed profits rule essentially allows other countries to tax the subsidiaries of Moldovan companies if Moldova itself does not institute an income inclusion rule. So essentially it puts pressure on Moldova to join this club of countries which have adopted Pillar 2. Now, as I said, that requires critical mass. If it's only a few countries, then Moldova could sit outside of the structure along with most other countries, and it would be quite hard to enforce it. If the whole of the EU adopts it, particularly given trade relations, particularly given proximity as well, then Moldova would probably have to, in some way or another, bring in a minimum tax as well. So that would affect Moldova, even though you wouldn't be governed by a directive. You would probably have to adopt something which looked very close to the directive and to the OECD rules. But that's still to tell. And at least as far as planning is concerned, no, there's nothing to be done, I don't think, for the moment, until we know exactly what's happening and when it's happening. Because even under the best of circumstances, the undertaxed profit rule, or UTPR, won't come into effect until the beginning of 2025. So there's still almost a year and a half to do planning if planning can be done. On Pillar 1, again, this is very large companies, and I think for the moment there's no Moldovan company which would be affected by Pillar 1. Obviously, to the extent that Moldovan companies do business overseas in countries which like this, even though Pillar 1 may not have been adopted, they may find themselves with more transfer pricing issues. And, for example, profit splits seem likely to be used more to reallocate more to those market jurisdictions. At the same time, in terms of planning, I think it's important to still pay as much attention to DEMPI, for example, where is substance, and the documentation becomes even more important. There will be staggering amounts of documentation required both under Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And I think, businesses paying attention to that, getting the transfer pricing right, but getting the documentation right as well, will be really important. So that's just a couple of things too, if looking forward is quite the right phrase, that folks can look forward to.
I think Veronica has something to add on this. Veronica, please.
Give a bit of comment to what William just said. I think we will face it much closer, much quicker, because we are speaking now about a new document that should be elaborated by our authorities and the EU about this approximation that we have. And I'm pretty sure that I have seen the directive that is kind of implemented Pillar 2 in Europe. That should be one on the list on which we should be aligned with. So it could be much quicker than we even expect. Not just our subsidiaries, but even those who are kind of. If this legislation will be approximate in the way in which I hope it will not. I mean, without taking into account everything else, I think it would come quicker. And if you speak about TPs, I think there are some rumors here in the business community that the tax service Ministry of Finance is working on a law. So both of them could be much quicker and much closer than you can even imagine. This is a bit of comment, sorry.
So we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
Thank you very much, William. It was a very nice overview and a nice background to set where we are as Moldova on international taxation level. And now I'll switch to Veronica. Veronica o să ne vorbească un pic, dacă am vorbit despre impozitare internațională, un aspect foarte important.
Veronica will talk about a very important aspect, the system of treaty for avoiding double taxation, which helps us setting the taxation in an accurate way among the countries. Now I'll ask Veronica to give us a summary about the status of the Republic of Moldova. What do we have with these treaties? How do we apply them? Maybe there are challenges to talk about. Yes, indeed, Anastasia, I'm really glad to be in this role of panelist at last at an international conference. I'm very, very excited. Sorry if I will use this platform in a more emotional way than it's allowed. If talking about the Convention for Avoiding Double Taxation, we are at a moment in which the role or the importance of this subject increases a lot, and I will explain you why. We are talking a lot about in the government at the level of authorities about attracting investments and other moments, but the convention about avoiding double taxation aims at guaranteeing investors a way of to be approached in a long term in a country. One of the objectives of any convention on double taxation is to make them feel comfortable. They are investing, these are the rules of the game, and they probably will be complied with. This is their expectation. So in this time, in parallel, we have Moldova Business Week event, and they are talking about investors, and probably this subject will be very interesting to discuss on both platforms in the context in which we try to attract foreign capital for development. We are generating less national capital as we would like to, and this is a challenge for us to make sure that we are doing this necessary growth and have necessary endeavors, and the role of the conventions will be increasing a lot, and people will feel this a lot. As of 1922, when the first convention was applied, passing through OECD model, UN model, passing through all these comments and UN comments, through all these amendments, the conventions tried all the time to follow the trends in international fiscal policy, or to adapt to this trend. I was telling you about this aim of convention to protect the investment, but there is another also very important goal, as I see it, that those rules established, it's very difficult to amend them. So it's very difficult to amend any convention, because if there is no mega interest on behalf of the stakeholders, so this moment or this amendment may last for a couple of years, for 2 years. There might be electoral cycles added to this, because in addition, as Willem mentioned, at the level of OECD, they approve a lot of transnational, multinational conventions, and even if you are not member of OECD, you are counter-signing this convention, and you have country-by-country report, and this is the most important example which can be brought up. In the Republic of Moldova, we have 51 conventions. The last signed was the convention with France. congratulations. I have my colleague from Orange here, and probably they've been looking forward for this signature of the convention. So it's been a long of time since 2010, 2010, discussing about this convention, not talking about the preparatory work. If we are talking about this last convention, one of the biggest challenges for us as a community was the fact that we have not seen it. We've seen it only in a very advanced stage, and it's not that it brings a lot of harm to this convention, to the business environment, but you know, there is a lack of transparency. There was a lack of transparency, and it was not beneficial for us. So this kind of convention, as the convention on the double taxation avoidance, it should be discussed, you know, with a lot of persons concerned. That was a small comment, but you know, the conventions are very interesting for the international practice. When I was talking about international conventions in international conferences, they were quite familiar with them. We have 3 inherited conventions. Inherited means the ones applied by us, even though they were signed by the Belgium, Japan, and German, and USSR. So in fact, we have 4 heritage, but the 4th one has a separate story which needs to be told. We are talking about the convention with USA. Among the Republic of Moldova and US, there is no convention. There is a convention between Soviet Union and US, and it is recognized by US, but it's not recognized by the Republic of Moldova. So you're looking at me very very interested. Yes, it's, you know, I remember the first words of M. Chan. It was 10 years ago in 2010, 2011. There were arguments about these conventions. Why they are so challenging? The convention with the US will be very interesting now, because we are talking about a lot of investments coming and the protection of these investments. The inherited convention that we have with US, and which is not approved yet, it doesn't bring not only benefits if it was recognized. There are moments that needs to be addressed. We don't have clear clarity about the dividends, and there are a lot of other, you know, issues that need to be clarified. So a good amendment would only help in recognizing it. Corina can confirm, when she wants to intervene, that the Ministry of Finance work a lot in this respect. They work a lot that this happens, this recognition happens, and we need to continue to discuss about this challenge and try how we can help the Ministry of Finance to come to the fact that the convention between the Republic of Moldova and US would be signed, but I hope that it will be signed under conditions different from the convention with France that we've seen just in the last stage. So I know that the procedure of signing a convention is a very complex exercise from the diplomatic point of view. It's an exchange of notes, drafts, corrections, you know, a lot of the amendments, a lot of versions which are exchanging between the parties. So all these wishes from two parties, they generate a strong emotions related to the signature of a convention. There would be a wish that this exercise would be done insofar as we, as a business community, would be involved. You know, based on my experience of 10 years working with a convention in the from the governmental point of view, so I know that three parts, passive revenues, dividends, royalties. There were a lot of discussions saying that why the convention says 6 and we have 10 and we have 6. What do I apply? What do I apply? So there were a lot of discussions, and they are logical, they are practical, and it's good that we can find when our answers. When I was preparing for this conference, we tried, to get informed and to cover all the questions. Another 2 blocks are very important, and we need to discuss them. Today, we talk about the residence, fiscal residence. Yes, we're talking fiscal residence for the legal entity, because all the revenues based on the convention generated on the model of OECD, they should be taxed, or the taxes should be applied based on the residence. And another subject very important in terms of the requests, but nothing has changed. We discussed with the colleagues from the State Fiscal Service. Nothing has changed in terms of the applicability of taxes. So fiscal residence, and if talking about international fiscality, we need to try to see these topics, how they find their applicability in the way we need to understand better, and we need to take more efforts in order to related to applicability on the international level. I am open for the interventions. I was thinking now about these hot topics about the application of convention. The directives also have a role in this. So the affiliated party, for example, in Moldova, very rare I've seen it applicable, and there is still the block about avoiding the double taxation, and there is also mutual agreement procedure. Based maybe on your experience from the Ministry of Finances, probably we had negotiations as a state with other countries. Yes, I can say, probably I can say, it was related. There was a case with a resident of Turkey, and he had a family in Turkey and in Moldova, and we were trying to. He wanted to be so that to pay taxes in the Republic of Moldova, taking into account the share of taxation, and we wanted to establish his residence, and Turkish authorities wanted him to pay taxes in Turkey, and we had a long discussion for half a year between authorities, and till the end we proved that he needs to be to pay taxes in Moldova because he had a lot of expenditures here in the Republic of Moldova, and we insisted that he was traveling a lot, and we could not establish this 183 days, and until till the end we reached the situation in which he was liable to pay the taxes in the Republic of Moldova. So I talked now on behalf of the fiscal authorities. I don't know, we have Corina here, maybe she is with us. Hello, Corina. So as you were saying, it's very important that we have a network of the conventions of avoiding paying double taxation, and we have a lot of rules in order to apply, and we need to make sure that we are able to apply the convention. So there is a request in this respect for the certificate for fiscal residence, and it's a formality, but very often it's a fiscal burden for the companies from the Republic of Moldova, even if it's not their income which is paid in abroad. And Christina, I will ask you now to tell us a bit how the business sees this, what we should submit and what requirements should be in terms of this certificate of fiscal residence. And I know that you've been working on this article lately, and is it okay like this, or maybe it needs some further amendments? Thank you so much. First of all, Amjam, for the possibility, great possibility, and I'm really honored to represent Orange Moldova. And it's a very interesting discussion here and very timely. As Anastasia has said, for the applicability of the treaties, we need this fiscal residency certificate, which needs to be submitted until the date of the revenue submission. So taking into account the latest amendments, it seems that a lot of questions have been settled, but I will start with the positive things and then I will continue with the proposals. First of all, it was allowed that the certificate will be valid for the next 60 days. They also can submit copies of the residence certificate. They also can submit screenshots of the web pages of the fiscal authorities, and this where these requirements or these amendments, these elements were suggested by the business environment, and they were approved during the pandemic period. You know that it was very difficult during pandemic to wait for those because the countries were in a lockdown, and it was settled. I really and the providers appreciated a lot this because they started to submit copies of the certificate, and the activity could continue, not being stopped. And now it's a big but. So it seems that everything is clear, it's easy to apply in practice, but in the last point of the Article 31, there is a small uncertainty, non-clarity. If the residency certificate was not presented in the fiscal year, the legislation of the Republic of Moldova can be applied, the provision. I suggest to complement this, to supplement it somehow, saying that if the documents were not confirming that fiscal residence were not submitted in the fiscal year, can be somehow applied the provision. So many companies from the UK started to send us excerpts from the official web page of their fiscal authorities. If talking about the residency fiscal certificate, and it's, you know, we are in a technological era, I would propose here that the taxpayer who uses electronic fiscal services would be allowed to submit this, you know, with a password or something online. I would like to draw your attention to some challenges in submission of this application for receiving this fiscal residence certificate. So you need to submit certain package of documents. So that's there are lots of administrative, you know, documents that needs to be submitted. And I can mention that why we cannot treat this certificate as a simple document which acknowledges the residence of the taxpayer in the Republic of Moldova, and then even though any convention is not, no convention is signed, the provisions of the treaty would not be applied, but there would be only a justification document regarding the taxpayer. I think that this would ease a lot and streamline a lot the whole process, and the taxpayer would appreciate a lot the streamlining of the process. If talking about the actions which need to be undertaken by a resident to obtain this certificate, the residence fiscal residence certificate, I would like to mention that If I talked about the residence certificate, I wanted to mention about the problems faced by the taxpayer when submitting an application for the revenue received or for the taxes paid for the revenue. So they need to
Deci, odată ce contribuabilul până 25 ianuarie anului următor depune.
Once the taxpayer submits a tax return, which contains all of the information about the non-resident, types of revenue paid, value of the revenue withdrawn tax. At the same time, the taxpayer has to pay the tax until the 25th of the following month. Why couldn't we use only the information from the return and to check if the taxpayer does not have any outstanding duties withheld at source to give them to issue this certificate? At the same time, I would like to say about the certificates signed electronically in the EU environment, especially with the law on trustworthy services. The signature applied on this certificate in EU area will have the same legal power as hand signature, and their authenticity can be checked on gov.md portal. I hope I did not speak too quickly. No. There was a good idea that was started to be developed, but then somehow stopped. The residence certificate was one of the two processes that was supposed to be digitalized via e-gov from the very beginning till the end for business entities. And I did not hear anything about the progress of this initiative, but I think that the certificate should come into your office. It was brought into your office, you downloaded it, it has some notes of the authorities, and you have it at any time. If you need another certificate, you can make another request, you'll get it in 3 days, and this will facilitate our life significantly. The same about withdrawing data or retrieving data from the data that tax authority has already. We are discussing about interoperability. We're discussing that digitalization and interoperability is very developed in the Republic of Moldova, and we have to use it to its full capacity. And a very simple example how this can be used. And this will significantly facilitate the work of those who interact, and also the life of investors that are coming into our country and have to interact with our tax system. So I just wanted to supplement the idea that you have mentioned for us to make some steps forward, for us to be more courageous. Because if we're more courageous, I guess we'll get quicker what you have said. Yes, and the digitalization of economy is a priority for the government. So as long as it is declared as a priority, we have to invest more efforts in this direction. I have to reiterate that the platform that was recently launched, e-business Fisc, has a goal to simplify the interaction between tax authorities and businesses and to optimize some financial reporting and tax administration processes. That's great. We know what we have to do, and at the next meeting, I know what to start with. One more thing about tax residence. There is a trend at the OECD level, and I believe Will could confirm that. There are some discussions about digital nomads. This will be discussed in the next panel when we speak about labor relations and taxation. But it is very much connected to residents, because the main issue is that you have no idea when that person should be taxed, starting with activity. they're doing. Let me explain in a couple of words what I mean. We speak about IT, for example, when somebody could provide services, IT services online, being employed by a company. For example, he's a Moldovan person employed by a Dutch company living in Sweden, and he provides these services via a platform of USA. So I know that in the OECD there are some working groups that are discussing this in order to bring clarity in this area, and we are following what is happening in that group. We don't have so many such nomads, but we have ID parks which could have such issues, such challenges, and we want to be ready when this happens. So as long as we speak about IT parks that have some tax facilities, I think and we'll see the vision of the Minister of Finance, whether we have to apply the conventions on avoiding the double taxation, because these regimes were done when such a treaty was not in place. So we have to explain confirming of revenues on the basis of the conventions. It's either the profit of a business or the income of an individual. But in case of IT parks, we have an operational revenue. So it's a tax that replaces other taxes, but the convention lists very specifically what types of taxes are within the scope of that convention. So I think if other taxes are introduced, then the conventions have to be renegotiated as well. And from that single tax applied for IT parks, we cannot see what is the share of income tax, what is the share of health insurance, and so on. So it will be very difficult to avoid double taxation, and there is a risk that the residents of IT parks will be taxed double. I would like to find out Will's opinion.
Internationally, we are speaking here about large bureaucracy of Moldova for the certificates of residence. Is it the same somehow in the EU? Is it so strict how to confirm the residence for the companies, at least?
It can be. It differs from country to country, and obviously, one of the things which has also come up in relation to the Unshell directive, which is the use of shell directives, is could you use essentially the certificate of residency as a lever, a stick or a carrot maybe, to make companies conform to that. So I think that this is very much a live issue. It's obviously more streamlined in some countries, but to the point that I think Veronica was making just a moment ago, this issue of digital nomads, and which I know you're going to discuss, so I won't get into this. And mobile workers, which obviously has become more important during the pandemic, is something that the OECD is looking at. That said, it's unlikely that they're going to move into sort of high gear, move at speed until the middle of next year, because they have the issues, particularly around Pillar 1, that they need to sort out first, as I was describing earlier, and that they really don't have enough people to work solidly on this. And it has also to be said that, we'll have to see how that goes, because while there are some countries which are anxious to make progress on this and to, essentially accommodate new ways of working. I mean, you were talking about your ID parks. Obviously, there are lots of people who are now going to work remotely, and digitalization enables that. And, things like AI and 3D printers and all the rest of that stuff means that some of our traditional concepts need to be revisited. And I think you were completely right as well that treaties will need to be looked at. But there are other countries which take a different view of this, and they say we don't want to lose our tax base, and therefore, if somebody's here, or if somebody belongs to us, or if we think something should be attributed to happening in this jurisdiction, then they're going to try and tax it. So I think there are going to be difficult discussions ahead. But I do hope that there'll be movement on this next year, because it reflects honestly new ways of working that the tax system should try to accommodate and work with rather than work against.
Și noi vrem să acoperim, să reușim să acoperim
And we want to manage to cover all of the topics because we are a bit in a delay. I would like for us to have time for another hot topic, taxation of non-residents. And I would like to think about to discuss about permanent representative office. As far as I know, this concept was introduced in the tax code of Moldova since the very beginning, so it's not something new. But for many years, it was, as we called it last year, a tax fiction. It was just a kind of concept in the tax legislation without a physical presence, to put it like this. Meanwhile, some amendments were made to the civil law. And I don't know, Yuri, maybe you could tell us what would be the advantages of companies if it's so complicated for them to work through a permanent representative office, not to set up a separate company. Thank you very much for your question. I would like to congratulate Veronica, first of all, for her new role of a speaker. I think we have to invite you more often as a speaker. But in reality, the permanent representative office that is aligned now to what the OECD provides for exists since 2007, 2006 in the tax code. It was rather an obligation deriving from the tax code and treaties. And back then, the first permanent representative had the following problems. You cannot import anything, you cannot export anything. In reality, the situation has changed significantly in the past 5 years. And in addition to the amendment of the civil code, we can say that permanent representative offices is not only an obligation, but has already become a tool that can be used to enter the market of the Republic of Moldova, to test the market, because Moldova is a small market, so they can use this tool to test the market, to see whether the market is ready for the presence of a new company, a foreign company, without the need to open a new company. So the permanent representative, it is very easy to open it. It has the same possibilities to import things, to export things. The tax authorities are already ready to deal with that. The local entrepreneurs have already started to understand what a permanent representative office is about. And this is a good tool for entrepreneurs as well. At the same time, we still have challenges, with the following 5 being the most important. First, it is very scarcely regulated. We have only 1 article in the tax code and 5 items in a government decision regulating this area. So that's all that we have about permanent representative office. On the one hand, it's good to have not so many legal provisions, but on the other hand, it's not enough because there are many open questions which could result in misunderstandings between a tax inspector and a consultant or an interpreter that is providing such services for a foreign company. The second challenge: what is the package of documents to confirm what part of the revenue generated by the foreign companies are revenues generated in the Republic of Moldova? What documents should be submitted to confirm it? Is it enough to have international invoices, or do we need the data broken down to confirm how that share was calculated in the total revenue? Where and how the documents should be stored, the primary documentation, when the permanent representative office is closed? Should it be stored somewhere in the Republic of Moldova? Or is it enough to have only the electronic copy, or should it be on paper as well? Another challenge: the forms that we use for reporting are outdated. We have a form from 2012, I think, And even it's very difficult to understand the guidelines, how to report on this revenue generated directly by the direct representatives or generated by the foreign company that has a permanent representative office in the Republic of Moldova. And also there is a challenge related to the accounting rules that exist. I would say that there is a vacuum regarding how we should reflect this revenue in the accounting. And in addition to that, this vacuum does not help us with this limitation that is present only in the tax code, that the expenses of permanent representative office, administrative expenses, are limited only to 10% of the payroll fund. And here we have two things that we have to understand. The first one, if we take a classical case of permanent representative office, for example, construction site, in this case, all of the expenses, if this were a local company and had a construction site, then this would have been indirect production or manufacturing costs that are reflected in the production costs. These are not administrative expenses. But given this lack of connection between a permanent representative office and how it should be reflected in the financial reporting, the tax authority has the, or a tax inspector might say that any service paid for the person who is preparing these reports to submit them to the state tax service, these are regarded as administrative expenses. The salary of the administrator, who is also the director of construction site, is also regarded as administrative expenses. But if we are to look in the accounting standards, we can see it that these are indirect manufacturing or production costs. And if we are to look from another perspective, what payroll fund means, there are many situations when the staff is seconded by the foreign company. For example, we tax consultants submit the statements for these individuals, and we pay the income tax because they stay in the Republic of Moldova for a period longer than 183 days. Well, we do not reflect this as a salary, and we do not calculate the social contributions or the health insurance contributions because they are seconded. But we should not forget that we have already the Convention on Social Contributions that creates another connection. So, but we cannot reflect these seconded persons in the payroll fund as it is stated now in the tax code. So these four challenges create issues that financial consultants tell to companies that would like to enter the market through a permanent representative office. So we warn them that there may be some issues, in particular when they would like to close that permanent representative office. Another challenge is related to the payment of taxes. There is a possibility for the company to pay all of the local taxes using their account abroad. But we are not members of, we're still using SWIFT, and SWIFT means additional costs for the payment of each separate tax, because for each separate tax, they need to produce a separate payment order. Very often, the payments are returned. For example, the corresponding bank does not understand correctly the description of the payment. So maybe at least for the permanent representative offices of a foreign company, we will implement this single account. But maybe once we have the taxpayer's office, we could divide there after the payment is done, not as it is done now, they have to prepare this single payment order, and then they have only 1 day of availability of this payment order, and they need to do the transfer within 1 day only. But if we introduce the single account, this will facilitate the life of foreign investors. I repeat again, this is a good tool to enter the market, to test the market. Okay, if we have the electronic signature for the administrator of the permanent representative office, if it is a foreign person, we understand that the law was amended. We accept electronic signatures from the European Union, but at the same time, there is no rule in this regard. There is no regulation, and this can generate some problems. There is no problem if the administrator has entered the Republic of Moldova at least once. They can go to the Bureau for Migration and Asylum. They can get a personal ID number, and we can generate this electronic signature on the basis of that personal code given by the Bureau for Migration and Asylum. Well, we have not tested this yet, but we know that it can be offered all via the Embassy of Moldova. But I will ask about such experiences, because we are always testing these new services that are appearing. So these are the most widespread challenges that both us consultants and entrepreneurs have encountered, and these are also barriers to using a permanent representative office.
So
it's very important point that we discussed last year. It was covered in the last year, this point that we need to divide because subsidiary between subsidiary with the obligation to maintain all the processes and the fiscal part, because besides the fact that someone wants to come up to the Moldovan market to test, there are cases when others do not want to be taxed in the Republic of Moldova, but they generate a permanent revenue, even if they have a joint stock company. So the mere fact that the entity is being registered doesn't avoid risks, because there can be a challenge how to allocate profits. And a point of discussion last year was the fact that it's a more easy instrument used in other countries. There are other rules of imposed in this respect that allow the companies to create a policy on how to distribute their revenue alongside the value chain, and we don't know what exactly is better, to have this transfer provisions or to clarify and set some other limits to ease the burden of fiscal authority in the Republic of Moldova. Unfortunately, Corina Alexa needed to leave. At least the meeting, at least we can get back to this discussion separately as an extension of this panel. And now probably we're running out of time. I'm really happy that we managed to cover all the topics proposed on the agenda this year. We had again a very intense discussion, and hopefully we'll continue this discussion separately. Thank you so much to all their participation. Thank you so much, Will, for participation. Yes.
Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. Maib, împreună la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem? Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să...
Vorbim mai târziu. Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
Bună ziua! Încă o dată.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting a new panel. We are going to talk about a section, employment relation and taxation. Panel. I will start with the presentation of the speakers in our panel, and we have here Dan Manolescu. He is the chairperson of the Fiscal Chamber of the Romania. Former secretary of the Ministry of Public Finances from Romania. We have here Anila Andronakis, specialist in advocacy, project coordinator in UN Women. She's a promoter of gender balance principles in the Republic of Moldova. And the other colleague is Marina Bzovi, Executive Director of the Association ATIP, Information Technologies and Communication Technologies from the Republic of Moldova. So she's director from 2019. Until that time, she was consultant in a private company. We have here a guest, my colleague, the director of the Legal and Fiscal Department, Denis Shandrik from Ukraine. He is experienced over 16 years in the fiscal area. He's been working in PriceWaterhouseCoopers and aligned to Mazars, Ukraine. And in parallel, he had experience as a deputy head of the custom service from Ukraine. He has a very interesting experience. Mike Redmond, Executive Director of the Irish AmCham, is experienced as a Executive Director in Irish Taxation Institute. He's been a former Director of PriceWaterhouseCoopers PwC, and we have Marcel Spataro, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, as a special guest. Here he has big experience and he worked for Syntax company, the company protecting the employees from Romania. And we are starting this panel to talk about the employment relationship and taxation. And we will start with Dan. The question that is pertinent here with the development of IT area and the companies who practice this. So they raise the question of stock option plan, a motivation of the employees to remain in their companies, and in the same time analyzing this situation with the taxation in the Republic of Moldova of this tool, which is rather expanded throughout the world, the international community. We understand that we are finding ourselves in a situation when nothing is written in the legislation of the Republic of Moldova, and out from the colleagues from Romania, they confirmed that this solution was introduced, which has been described, this solution has been described recently in the legislation of Romania. So the question is if it's only this, or there are still some other questions as to the motivation of the employees. Thank you so much for the invitation to this panel. Indeed, this problem issue of taxation, especially in the IT domain in Romania, started. This discussion started about the exemption from the general rule in 2001, probably, where the discussions lost. Probably that was the first law in 2001 to introduce an exemption for the people who were employed in this area, in this domain. But there was a exemption from the tax payment. Probably the share up till that time was 40% for the revenue tax. Tax. In Romania, we had a reduction of the revenue tax starting from 2005 to 16 and then to 10, starting with 2018. This was facilitated only based on the
So we started a discussion for the repealing of this exemption. Then other areas started to appear which benefited from exemptions. As of 2019, we have an exemption for the building area, for the construction area. Then they added a reduction for the health and a reduction for the pension also. Starting with several months ago, this area of exemption extended to agriculture, and we see that the exemptions, gained area among the people who are employees in certain companies in this from these areas. So in this respect, this principle of stop action plan appeared in 2004-2005 as a discussion, and later on it was introduced and clarifying the fiscal code, and starting with 2016, the things became clearly in the respect that the fiscal code started to introduce definition that this stop action plan is a program for the action not in the employment company, but also in the mother company. The listed company was the mother company, and the employees were employees in the subsidiaries were receiving actions in the mother company. It was required to expand this applicability, which was related to the primary employer, not to the mother company. So what this type of exemption for stop action plan does is that it transfers a part of the sums from the salary to investments. These amounts received with the title of participations, shares, change the fiscal regime. So actually not being treated as a part of money for retribution of the work, but to investments and and that they apply taxes when they start to receive profit. So when this action usually it is covered by restrictions, so the people don't have the right to. They receive the right to buy some shares, because this principle means the granting of the right to buy at a period of maximum 1 year after at a very profitable price, which further on they have the right to resell in another period of time. So when they receive this right, it's not known whether that they will exercise it or not, this right. And when they grant this right, upon the exercise of the right, they receive shares which can be evaluated at the market price. It's not clear whether this person will receive this revenue, and then it was correct to consider that not revenues from the salary, but we annul them at the taxation. So, and this was how they were transferred from one regime to the other. What we, from my point of view, seems to be a good treatment to grant this differentiation of regime, considering all these conditions, restrictions to which the employee is subject to, and to avoid the tax for some potential sums which are not realized, and probably they will never be achieved, because everything can happen during this period, and they can lose or anything else can happen during this period of time. This fiscal regime is very useful in terms of incentivizing the employees to stay for a longer time in the company, to contribute to the increase of the value of the company, especially when the company prepares for an increase or expansion or increase of the value
and we see that it's very extensively used. And last week we had discussions with a Romanian company willing to apply this kind of scheme, and in order to incentivize their employees with such a tool. So if 10 years ago there was only multinational companies applying this tool, we see now that even the local entrepreneurs start to use this instrument, and it's a very useful element for their affair, for their business. Another subject brought into discussion in this area would be and Romania has also a draft law, a bill in the parliament, but it was not advanced. We believe as an idea that it would be useful to develop, and I would like to raise this topic during today's panel, is that we can create an instrument which would be easy in the sense that there is a company who can benefit from there is a concept in the law, at least in Romania, the fiscal regime being the salary regime, and for the taxes and the contributions. The idea that this project goes on is to build a special regime of taxation as revenues from dividends or similar to revenues from dividends, and or only for revenue, because in Romania, for example, in the currently we have the taxation for the dividend from a 5 share, from a kind of preferential, but the idea would be to exist a kind of contribution for these sums in order to be threshold, not to become an instrument of abusing the law, in the sense that the employees would negotiate and saying that at the end of the year I will give you certain sums. There is possibility to grant these preferential amounts only for the 3 salaries, basic salaries of the employees, which would be subject to the revenue taxation, because there are sectors which are paying additional money to the employees from the dividends that the shareholder obtains. So the state would take those taxes in a transparent way, and would incentivize the employee to produce profit, additional profit, to be the one who would draw the attention of the employee. Why we don't make profit in Romania or in the particular country? Because it's the same discussion about profits and about things like that, and the employee is the first person in party interested to participate in a commercial society with profits in Romania, because he could benefit from certain amounts. And in fact, we see this as a win-win situation in which the state gains collecting some money, and the employee receives some bonuses which are taxable a little bit in an easier way. Otherwise, they will apply all the taxation, and there is the temptation to find out alternative solutions to this kind of situation. In the same time, we cannot say that the employee is affected, because all the contributions would be paid from his monthly salary, the pension, the health insurance. So he benefits from all the rights, but has the possibility to supplement the revenue paying this kind of bonuses, only taxes. So it's a topic that I know that has been discussed a lot in other countries, even in France. Poland, in Hungary, there have been discussions. So there are a lot of jurisdictions, legislation trying to build this kind of regime, which would be favorable for this kind of amounts, based on the elements discussed by us previously. In Romania, as I told you, that it is still under debate in the parliament, this draft bill. The problem that was identified by us is that this regime is mandatory. It obliges the company to distribute 15% to the employees. I don't think it's a good one, because at the level of the relationship employer or employee, it should remain optional. Most of the employers would agree to grant these sums, according to their availability, because the profit, we can know that the profit is, on the paper, and they have problems with cash. That would be obligation to distribute that part of the profit, which is not realized, and there is no cash. Maybe there would be problems. At the level of regulation, it would be easy to create the facilities, the respective incentives that would attract companies in this kind of relations. And as I've heard in top option plan principle, the things would start to become normal. This is what the idea I wanted to mention and to discuss it. We should know, to understand what would be the problems in this respect. If there are thresholds in terms of 2-3 salaries, there are small chances to have risks, and things can be equilibrated somehow, balanced. Thank you so much for this approach. It's very interesting, because based on my own experience, so to do this, the distribution of the profits in the Republic of Moldova, you should be associate. If talking about small, medium enterprises, and not all in order to realize the profit, to achieve the profits, you can not all of them can allow themselves, afford doing that. Anyway, so it's better to have this possibility to distribute the dividends to the employees in order to incentivize them to stay in the company, and not to give access to the capital, to the social capital. Yes, indeed, the idea to provide dividends only to the participants to capital is okay, and it's okay that this remuneration is somehow balanced. But from the fiscal point of view, these concepts can be a bit mixed, in the sense of being able to give sums from the profit which cannot be distributed to employees. If a society invests in the equipment, the profit, it goes to a reserve fund, because you assume that it was used. If from this profit a part is being realized, for that is distributed, for this distribution, the fiscal regime is more favorable. So it's all the same, but we tax only the distribution, not the expenditures. So the idea with the participation to profit, I know it, because I've been working in the French company, and in France, this principle is applied as a tradition, there are fiscal credits, fiscal, incentives. But I wanted to address you another question. In 2018, the tax for the revenue from the salary, it decreased to 10. From 12 to 10. That was done from this transfer of the contribution from the employee to from the employer to employee. I wanted to ask you if you noticed the effects this, the companies you are consulting felt something, or it was only a accounting transfer on the paper. At the beginning, a lot of companies, many companies, considering the big discussions related to this subject in the sense that it's good or not good, or could be reversed, they preferred to grant in those facilities incentives in form of bonus. So the increase of the gross salary, if the procedure was reversed, it was impossible to reduce the salary. So for 1 year, the majority of them were a bit reluctant and granted the bonuses, and then further on, everyone, passed to the area of inclusion into the gross salary. So it was zero impact at the level of employer. What that I expected, and it never happened. In fact, in my mind, I was expecting that the employee would be more conscious of the taxes he's paying and to understand better the gross and net concepts. So the gross increased a lot. The employee is not interested of the gross, which is paradox, because he's saying, look, my gross is this, and then it goes the taxes of the employer. Now, nobody is interested in gross. Everyone is negotiating the net. They are blaming the employer that they have small salaries. The employee blames the state that they have big taxes. So I expected that transfer would give a more clarity at the level of this relationship between employer and employee and their perception of this concept, but it never happened. Till the end, the people are, caring about the money they receive in their pocket. That's it. They don't care about the others. Unfortunately, this responsibility, fiscal responsibility and budgetary responsibility, makes us understand that those money from the pocket is our money, but the taxes are paid by us. As when we go to buy something, and it has an element which I don't see it. If we go to the market and ask 10 kilos of potatoes and they give us only 8, and when we weigh them at home and we find it's only 8, so we feel frustrated. Then if we go to the
conștiința asta a mecanismului lipsește totuși, dar realitatea e fix același lucru. Lipsesc 20%.
There is no awareness of mechanism, but in reality, somebody is stealing this money the way that they're stealing potatoes. Yeah, we have many tax specialists here, so that's why the discussions got so intense. Yes, it's a good clarification. Sorry for the joke. All right. So let's continue with another problem that we have on the labor market of the Republic of Moldova. We don't have enough employees. Employers find it very difficult to find employees. There are some ideas to bring back young mothers from so that they return earlier back work from the maternity leave. And there are many discussions recently about alternative childcare services and tax implications. So maybe you could tell us more about what is happening in this area and what we should wait for. I am sure that this is a topic that made us a friend with Veronica and made us work in this direction many years ago. Yes, indeed. I come from an area that is not a business area, not tax. I come from non-governmental area. So what we do various analyses, researches, and we try to find the root of the problems. And I can prove using figures that labor market is one of the most discriminatory area that generates most of the gender inequalities and affect the most women. I can give you some figures. The presence of a child in the family automatically impacts the number of women employed, women from 25 to 49 years old. And the share between the weight of women employed with no children versus employed women with at least one child is 26%. And this gap increased last year compared to the previous one when it was 23%. And if they come on the labor market, they work by 2.8 hours a week less than men. And also, statistical data show us that the presence of children does not affect men's performance on the labor market. And we also have neat people, and most of them are women. And they say that they have to take care of their house. And when we ask them why they have decided to become a housewife, they say that they do not have access to childcare services, in particular services for children under 2 years of age. I can speak a lot about this because this is an area that is very close for me personally and professionally, so I can speak for a whole day. My point is, to be short, international experience showed that in order to decrease barriers on the labor market and to bring women back on the labor market and to do this transition from maternity back to the labor market, reforms are needed. First, the childcare leave should be flexible. It should be up to each mother and father, up to each family who stays at home, how long. And the most important, they need to have the possibility to share the leave with the spouse or with the partner. And we should also encourage fathers to take a childcare leave. And I am glad that here a number of legislative amendments were made in this regard. I am glad that the Minister of Labour and Social Protection put on the public agenda this subject. And so since September the 1st, parents can choose another option of childcare and they can share the leave among them, and fathers have a longer period of child care leave that they can use. Another novelty is a flexible work time, and we have managed to achieve this in a close partnership with the Ministry of Labour, Parliament and civil society to make legal amendments, and that they are not applicable only for parents with young children, but for any parent that at a certain point of time need more flexibility in their work arrangements. And the third, the most important, are childcare services. So that each parent, each family can choose from, taking into account the needs and peculiarities of their children. And here, alternative care services impact the quality of labor market and labor force, as well as the strength, because this will help us avoid a situation when we don't have enough employees. Now, unfortunately, the government of the Republic of Moldova does not have the possibility to enroll children in kindergartens from the age of 2 years. not to speak about under 2 years of age. In 2020, only 16% of children under 2 years of age were enrolled in educational system. If we're to speak about alternative care services, they are lacking. Well, in Chisinau, there are some services provided by the private sector, but they're very expensive and not many people afford them. And when we were wondering what the state should do, the state maybe should amend the budget, approve an action plan, and so on and so forth. But we also thought about what we could do to introduce alternative childcare services. We started to investigate into this topic in 2016, 2017, and businesses were the pillar, were the stakeholders that could help us, the government maintain labor force on the labor market and help mothers return back to work earlier. In 2018, it's then when I met Veronica. So we started a research to see how employers, how businesses can help expand alternative care services. So together we had carried out a research for 2 years. We have not only identified 4 options of alternative services that employers could create, but we have also analyzed them from the legal point of view, of tax point of view, and sanitary point of view. So the options are the following. The employer can create on the premises of their company a service with either partially or full-time to provide care services for the children of their employees from the age of 0 to 3. And this was regulated, this possibility was regulated this spring when the education code was amended. So we had a joint work of the government, authority, civil society, and employers. But before those amendments, which were made in the spring of this year, childcare services could be established only by local public authorities. So as a result of those amendments, now alternative childcare services can be created by businesses as well. After that, we started to work on how the employer could do this, what they should take into account, how they should create it. Should they take into account some requirements, such as requirements for equipment and furniture, for nutrition? So as a result of all of these discussions, we ended up with a draft law to cover all forms of alternative care services. The second form that we have identified and discussed is when the employer sets up a separate entity that provides childcare services. Though here the discussions are longer term, because here we speak about, well, we do understand that setting up a separate legal entity to provide the services is not a profitable business. So, as I say, this is a very long-term discussion. The third option that we identified is for the employer to give a certain amount of money to employees so that they can cover the childcare service costs. This tool is broadly used in our neighbors countries, including Romania. So this is a certain amount of money paid by the employer to the employee that is returning earlier from the childcare leave in order to be able to afford paying for childcare services. Well, here we have managed to reach consensus regarding the amount to be paid and how the necessary legal amendments should be made so that this option is implemented as well and is feasible for implementation. And the last option was a public-private partnership. The idea to create alternative services had three goals. The government, the fact that they cannot provide now these alternative care services, amends the legal framework and offers the possibility to others to set up these services. The family or the parents have a broad range of options to choose from depending on the number of children, on their financial situation, health issues, to decide what option is the most feasible for them. And last but not least, employers, considering the size of their company, the number of employees, the number of children of their employees, to choose between these four options, which is the most appropriate and the most suitable for that company and for the interest of their employees. I'm very glad that we have managed to progress significantly in this regard. We did not have only discussions, we already have some tangible results in this direction. And we have a working group led by the ministry and the relevant Parliament's committee. We are preparing the draft law that will regulate alternative childcare services, such as nannies, family-type creches, as well as other options that could evolve and appear along the time. And also some instructions for the employees, for them to understand what to choose from and how to do it. And researchers show that in the countries where this option is already implemented, productivity of employees increases, absenteeism decreases. Knowing that the child is close, they, as a parent, can supervise their children and at the same time focus on their work. At the same time, we have a draft sanitary regulation that will help make sure that the child, which should be at the core of our efforts, to be in a safe environment and receive quality and good and affordable services. So for that, we have the sanitary regulation. I will not go into too many details of that regulation because the one in place is outdated, but that's a totally different topic. And the next step is to implement the legal amendments that would regulate the bonus or the allowance offered by the employer. What amount should they give and how it should be regulated by the law? And hopefully these amendments will be passed soon as well. So that's all I wanted to say regarding this topic. When parents do not have affordable childcare services, quality childcare services, this does not affect the family only. This does not affect women only, but affect businesses, affect employers as well. And actually, it affects the whole labor market and the country's economy. And I'm very glad that this topic, which at the first glance seems that is not a proper topic for such a conference, e-TAXCON, I'm very glad that it was raised and we had the possibility to discuss it with a broader audience. And we have the possibility to discuss it not only with the civil society, with authorities, but to discuss it with the businesses, because they are an important partner in this regard as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Irina. We, AmCham, are very glad to start this very important discussion. And we have to be very careful with the taxation, because we have to make sure that if I pay this amount of money to the employees, they should be exempted from all taxes, salary-related taxes, for example, social contribution, health insurance, and so on and so forth. Because if this happens, employers will not be very motivated to do it. I would like to thank you and to thank Veronica for the invaluable contribution that they have brought to promoting family-friendly policies. Alina has told you about the whole itinerary, the whole journey. Next week, we will launch a program. It will be called Family Program, where we will cover all of those measures. The message that we convey is not the one that Yuri mentioned at the beginning. We do not want necessarily for all of the parents to go back to work as soon as possible. No, this is not our message. I made this mistake last year. I don't want to play this again. What we want to do is to give options to families so that each family has the possibility to choose the most appropriate option for them. Because unfortunately, because of this lack of options, now we have many families that have to leave their children in the care of others than their family members to be able to go back to work. We have the so-called mini crashes that are taken care at home by several children, but they are not regulated. They are not supported by a legal framework. So we have this practice in place and we have to regulate it. We have to standardize it. And to give a boost, we have to subsidize it. And we have discussed with the Minister of Finance. We included in the budget planning. So to be able to provide subsidies, we have to regulate them first. And we are working on that. And now I would also want to speak about initially we used to call them vouchers. Now they are called tax facilities for the payments to cover the private crash fees. So these are salary-related tax facilities. We do have them. And in my opinion, tax-related facilities are not given to develop the businesses. For that, we have subsidies and other tools. But these salary-related facilities are used to boost a certain type of consumption. For example, we can give vouchers for vacation so that Moldovan people go to local touristic places, or we can give culture vouchers so that our people go to Moldovan museums or Moldovan concert halls and so on. We have an experience of vouchers for food, but that was not the goal. Was not to increase consumption at area because people are eating anyway. They were used only for restaurants in order to encourage people to go out, to eat, to network, and change the environment. And now we can see that this has become something normal for them. Even without food vouchers, people now go out for lunch and eat and socialize. Yes, I do believe that in Moldova we have a potential to use salary-related tax facilities in order to form a certain type of consumption. For example, for sports, well, I've said already, for crash services. Healthcare, no, the healthcare services should be of quality, and it's a different story. So that's all I wanted to say about vouchers, and I'm ready to discuss with our colleagues from the ministry, though I know that the Minister of Finance is quite reluctant when they hear the word facility, tax facility, and we can understand their reaction, because in the budget we have quite a large share for the social budget. We have to diversify this part of encouraging a certain model of consumption. So when we speak about vouchers to cover childcare services, the experience of other countries show that they are of two types. And they can be given for not only for the childcare, but for the child development services. But what I forgot to say is that the employer, when they create these services, childcare services, they have some costs. We know the position of the Minister of Finance, but here, I guess the first question of businesses, will somebody cover this cost, or should I cover myself from my company's revenue? And we know out of the experience of others, it's either the employer charge a symbolic fee from employees to maintain the services, or they can receive support to create services that cannot be created now by the government, by the state. I believe that the second option is more appropriate, and I know that Veronica has the same opinion. One of the principles of social policies of the government is universality. And if we implement a mechanism to subsidize companies that can afford creating such services, we could target, using this mechanism, the most well-off parents, sectors where they have resources and capacities. So we have to think very well to find a balance, to find out a mechanism that would be feasible for a bigger number of companies, smaller companies as well. So we need to have a mechanism that would be eligible for setting up services on the premises of the company, or for giving vouchers and so on. We are working on that, but we have to make sure that this policy is not limited to IT parks only. A very important topic, and I believe that a separate discussion should be included in the HR conference planned by AmCham for November. And as you have mentioned IT, I want to say that in reality, food vouchers, well, vacation vouchers are not used only for modeling or developing certain consumption trends, but also to fight informal economy, because the studies showed that even in small villages, they had to put some POS terminals because they could not have accepted food vouchers without them. So let's continue with the IT. Marina, if you can tell us. Yes, I'll try to be brief because I understand that we're already very delayed. Overall, I will not focus very much on the tax regime of IT parks because the law is well known. The Moldova IT park has doubled the revenue, tax-related revenue into the state budget, though they enjoy some tax facilities which are not viewed well by some stakeholders, but nevertheless we can see huge benefits where each company pays 7% of the turnover, and this single tax of 7% includes 7 types of taxes, including social and healthcare, insurance contributions, income tax, road tax. So it's not only that simplifies the procedure of paying the taxes, but also the reporting. And I believe this is a huge benefit that we are proud of, and it would be good if it could be replicated in other components as well. We have accountants that work in IT parks reluctant to go back to other companies because it's easier to work there. They have less paperwork, less burden, less headache, and less potential sanctions for errors or some other problems related to financial reporting. Well, this tax regime not only offered the possibility in the Republic of Moldova to have European salaries, but also allowed for these salaries to be paid by Moldovan companies. And another advantage of IT company is that mothers and fathers can take a childcare leave and can continue working remotely. This offers flexibility, maybe also thanks to the facilities that are offered to IT companies have contributed to developing various practices in this regard. And here I am referring to the social contribution that is paid by the employers for their own employees. And the difference is compensated by most of the companies. Here, I mean that besides maintaining the salary, they also pay an additional bonus or the salary per se to cover the difference that the salary might have received if he or she worked in another company with another regime. This regime helped us discover a potential of the Republic of Moldova, bringing a contribution in GDP of 3.5% of 17,000 employees only. So 17,000 employees generate 3.5% of the country's GDP. So if we multiply this experience or broaden this experience, we can easily reach 15% of GDP. There is a new concept of a similar approach with some small differences. The single tax is 10% for the export prices, export services. It is not yet approved. It was tabled in the parliament. I hope this can open a huge potential for the exported services, though there are some small differences compared to the model used in IT park. And also there are some changes, not 70% for types of activity, but 80%. So it decreases the component of inflexibility that the IT companies have. The companies in the IT parks. I believe that there is potential because as Moldova IT Park has proved to be a regional success and it's competitive at regional level. A company from our IT park or a company in the region would select the Republic of Moldova because Moldova is offering a competitive advantage. Until not so recently, Ukraine was a competitor, but now the situation has changed. And we believe that not only the continuity of this regime will help further develop the workforce, will help will encourage companies participate in the development of the education, because we have already this practice. They offer internship opportunities, they work with universities I will add also about some challenges. It's related to IT parks. It's about remote work, in particular when the employee is not in Moldova. But for sure, together we will find a solution. Here I speak about the security and health of employees. For example, we want to make sure that the obligations are correlated. Remote work is also very relevant, and I know that we will discuss about digital nomads. That's why I would like to applaud this idea. I believe that Moldova will have to win if this component is introduced, and we should be among the first countries to offer a competitive advantage to attract the highly qualified human capital that is ready to travel and work and discover the world. So they come here, they pay taxes, everybody is happy. And I believe that we might have some questions, but in the end, I would like to say that we welcome the recent amendments to the labor code, and we're very glad that they have been promoted and approved so quickly, because for the business environment, or better said, businesses should have an appropriate environment to generate money. This is our role as private companies. That's why I support this idea. If we want to obtain and if we want companies to do something, they need to receive something in exchange in one form or the other. I do not speak only about the IT sector. We are already receiving a lot to facilitate and to encourage flexible work relations. But we have to make sure that the regulations are facile and easy to be understood by all of the companies.
We spoke about IT Park, but we have our neighbor country that has a different situation currently, but a lot of people left country. Denise, could you describe and what is the status of these people who left abroad and now became, let's say, nomads, digital, from one perspective? What their position and what government of Ukraine thinking about it and what they do?
Thank you, Yuri. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you for inviting for this conference, and I prepared a small presentation. I think it will be more interesting to see the slides rather than my face, and I will try to share my screen. So please confirm you can see it. If you can see it, please confirm, yeah? Okay, perfect. So I will explain what is like treatment of Ukrainian who migrated to European Union mostly and other countries. So the first slide will be about temporary protection status. Then we discuss tax residency, because this is important to understand which taxes should be paid and where. And then, of course, particular cases, employment taxation. So first of all, you need to understand that all refugees, Ukrainian refugees, which now migrating or already migrated to European Union, they covered under special regime. So they are not treated as usual refugees. So they do not need to receive visas, but they use the benefit of temporary protection status, which is provided for at least 1 year and will be valid until March 2023 with possibility of prolongation. And this status is covering the whole European Union, but provided in each particular case by each specific country of the European Union. Who is eligible? Basically, any Ukrainian who entered the European Union after the war started, after the 24 February 2022. And the most important and most interesting is that this temporary protection status allows Ukrainians to use of very wide range of rights. They're entitled to basically stay in particular country for 1 year at least. Then Ukrainians still entitled to travel within EU or outside of EU and then return to EU within the normal 90 days, which is allowed 90 days period, which is provided by visa-free regime between Ukraine and European Union. Also, Ukrainians can use medical care, social welfare if they need this assistance. So they can rent the houses, they can be hired and employed by European employers, they can open bank accounts, the children can go to school, and etc., etc. So you can see that this is wide range of rights, and the bureaucracy procedures are in most countries are very straightforward. So it's usually a simple registration, no need to receive visa, like special permits, and etc. Of course, some countries can introduce requirements to receive a work permit, but normally the procedure is not so complicated. What issues arise around this regime? So initially, this regime was for hosting Ukrainians for a limited period of time, and this temporary protection regime does not explain, does not cover the taxation, personal income tax, does not provide any exemption or relief from taxes. So after 183 days, Ukrainians face the problem or the issue of necessary of deciding of their tax residency. What this means? Tax residency basically requires, the concept of tax residency requires residents of the country to pay all domestic and worldwide income in the country of the tax residency. So when you are migrating to the hosting to another country and staying more than 183 days, the question of the tax residency of this hosting country comes to the stage. So the hosting country will treat you, or may start to treat you as a tax residency of this country, and will require all taxes, all income generated in this country and worldwide to be taxed in the hosting country. But 183 days, this is not the main criteria. Also, according to the double tax treaties between Ukraine and each EU countries, of course, the tax authorities will, and the individual will assess where the place of abode of this person, where the center of vital interest, what are the citizenship of the person. And in many cases, Ukrainians will be able to prove that their tax residency stays in Ukraine. So their Ukrainian and worldwide income should be taxed in Ukraine. But if we're starting to consider income generated in the hosting country, of course, independently from the tax residency status, income generated in hosting country, in new country by Ukrainians will be and shall be taxed in the hosting country. And in this situation, in practice, taking into account that majority of Ukrainians they shifted to European Union more than half a year ago. So you remember this criteria 183 days. We have various situations with various individuals. For example, we have person like first in situation colored in green, a person who is unemployed in Ukraine or which person which lost the job in Ukraine. Basically, this person has no income in Ukraine, and any income generated, like received in the hosting country, of course, shall be treated as a income received, should be taxed in this country. This person could be easily employed in the hosting country, and then it will be obligation of the employer to pay the taxes, withhold the social contribution payments, and the person will be obliged to submit personal income returns according to the requirements of legislation of the respective country. Then we have another situation when a person who is employed in Ukraine and continuing to work remotely for Ukrainian company relocated to European Union. And you can imagine that this person working online, working abroad, but continue to receive the salary and according to Ukrainian legislation, pay personal income tax and pay social contribution to Ukrainian budget. And in this situation, after the 6 months period, most likely the tax authorities of the hosting country will be focused on such individual and will ask him or her to submit personal income tax return, and first of all to determine tax residency status, and second to declare which revenue were received, and what is the problematic issue that we can see now that many countries they will treat the revenue received in Ukraine and salary basically paid by Ukrainian company to individual who is permanently working like more than 6 months period in European country. The tax authorities of some of the European country will treat this revenue as generated, as sourced from the hosting country, from the European country. And then we came to the problem of the potential double taxation. Then we have another layer of the problem, even with these employed individuals, because many of management of the Ukrainian companies, financial managers, chief accountant, operational management, sales management, they also shifted and working remotely. And this creates the risk of permanent establishment for Ukrainians company entity, and the tax authorities also can be focused not only on individuals but also on the companies which actually start to perform activity on the territory of particular country of European Union. And then we have come to another layer of the problem. In Ukraine, we have special regime, private entrepreneurs. This is when individual can register as the entity, basically. So private entrepreneurs from the Ukrainian perspective, this is a legal entity which provides independent activity, provides services to business, to foreign companies, to Ukrainian companies, to people, to anybody. And in Ukraine, we have approximately 2 million individuals registered as private entrepreneurs, and approximately 300,000 of these private entrepreneurs, they are IT experts receiving like from 1,000 euro to 5,000 euro salary. And they're working remotely, started preparing working remotely during the COVID, and then continue with relocation with this wartime. And they relocated to EU countries and start like, for them, the way they working was not changed. So they have their laptop, they working online, they receiving the salary from US country, from EU country to their Ukrainian bank account or to other accounts, to Vice account, to like PayPal account. But according to the double tax treaties, unfortunately, such type of activities, they fall into the definition of professional activities. And professional activities, this means that the person who is delivering services has all tools for delivering services like laptop, office, which is home in the specific country. And the countries will treat such activity as taxable, all revenue received by such activity as taxable in the hosting country. So you can imagine that Ukrainian private entrepreneurs, they using the beneficial status of this regime, they paying only 5% of the personal income tax, 1.5% of military tax, and some portion of social contribution. And they would like to stay on these conditions because it's like very tax favorable regime, I will say so. And unfortunately, in 6 months period, they will become on focus of the tax authorities of the respective hosting country. Yeah. Briefly, this is my presentation, and I will be happy to answer your questions if you have any.
Presentation and for questions that you have raised. So, but it's also COVID time now, this war that we have starting from 20th of February, means that the army of nomads have grown. So, Mark, as the executive director for American Chamber in Ireland, could you describe me more to us, let's say, more about the last tendency in the nomads, digital nomads?
Well, good afternoon, everybody from Dublin and Ireland. And I'm delighted to be joining this very prestigious conference. And I want to thank my great friends in AmCham Moldova for inviting me. Mila, of course, Veronica, Elena, and all the team at AmCham Moldova. We have terrific relations with the American Chamber in Moldova here in Ireland. So it's terrific to join this distinguished panel. And in answering your question, Chairman, I just, first of all, for the benefit of your audience, want to briefly describe the Irish context and the context of US investment in Ireland. Ireland is a country of 5.1 million people. And when I say Ireland, and this is important, I mean the Republic of Ireland. Northern Ireland, as you probably all know, is a separate political jurisdiction. It's part of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland has a further roughly 1.2 million people. But the Republic of Ireland, which is where I'm from, 5.1 million. Currently, there are about 900 US multinationals with significant operations in the Republic of Ireland, and they directly employ 190,000 people and indirectly a further 152,000 people. And each year, US multinationals spend about 29 billion euro in the domestic Irish economy between payroll, purchases of goods and services, and capital expenditure. What's not often known is Ireland is actually the 9th biggest investor in the United States, and Irish companies employ 100,000 people across all 50 states. Just like some of your speakers have already highlighted, the top issue for our members in AmCham Ireland is talent attraction, creation and retention. Now, I will say, Chairman, right now, like everybody, I'm sure, on this conference and on this virtual discussion, energy is the real crunch issue right now, but subject to energy, the other big issue is attracting and retaining talent. In that context, Ireland is a very diverse society. 1 out of 6 children born in Ireland are born to people who aren't themselves born in Ireland. And in our member companies, particularly in the bigger cities, you could meet over 100 nationalities working there. AmCham Ireland and our members stand in solidarity with our great friends in AmCham Ukraine, and the Irish Republic stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. And at this point in time, 50,000 people from Ukraine have now come to Ireland to seek refuge from the brutal invasion. And that, of course, is on top of, quite frankly, already an accommodation crisis in Ireland. And this is relevant in the context of digital nomads and attracting digital nomads. Ireland is very conscious of the various approaches taken by countries across Europe to attract digital nomads. We understand Italy is relaxing visa requirements. Spain is considering giving a tax holiday. Malta and Croatia are also offering incentives for digital nomads to come to their countries. Ireland hasn't done so. And in fact, US multinationals in Ireland have not offered a complete remote working opportunity for their teams. They have offered a hybrid working situation, but they have not offered a complete remote working. Many, of course, of their people during the pandemic might have returned home. They now, by and large, have come back. And most of our member companies are reporting that they have actually found their people are happy to come back because they want to interact with their colleagues and with their teams and come back to collaboration. However, there is one very serious issue that I do want to bring to the conference's attention, and it relates to the peace process in Ireland and Brexit and the negotiations between the British government and the European Union and the Northern Ireland Protocol. It's all very relevant for that. And the issue is Ireland, the entire island is quite small. So Northern Ireland, that part of the United Kingdom, and the Republic of Ireland, of course, share a border. And in many cases, people travel across that border to work in the other jurisdiction. So I might travel from the Republic of Ireland to work in Northern Ireland. And when I do that, I can avail of trans-border tax relief. So if I'm a resident of one jurisdiction and I cross a border into another jurisdiction and we have a double tax agreement, I can avail of a relief, so I'm not taxed in both jurisdictions. The problem, of course, is where this is remote. And during the pandemic, of course, when everybody, except for those in manufacturing, had to go remote, we had people in the Republic of Ireland working for Northern Ireland employers, but doing so remotely. And during the pandemic, a concessionary tax treatment was applied where they were not doubly taxed. And that concessionary tax treatment was removed at the end of March 2022. And this is now causing real problems, Chairman, in the context of double taxation. And AmCham Ireland is advocating on that. I appreciate this is an issue very specific to Ireland because of our political context, but it definitely is relevant to digital nomads. So in summary, Chairman, we're aware of other European countries offering incentives to digital nomads. Ireland has not done so yet. US multinationals in Ireland are not offering a complete work from home option by and large. So therefore, we're not really right now in the space of seeking to incentivize digital nomads. Thank you very much, Chairman, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, this time now. Thank you very much. Mulțumesc mult. Propun noi, parcă suntem în timp. Am reușit astăzi.
So it seems that we are in time according to our agenda. So I could come with some final comments. some structural challenges of the Republic of Moldova have been mentioned. The phenomenon of undeclared or underdeclared labor or work. And this is a challenge not only for the revenues into the state budget, but for businesses as well, because it creates unloyal competition. That's why we try to fight this phenomenon. We started a campaign at the ministry together with some of our partners. Some of them have taken over the messages of the campaign. The campaign is entitled "We Move to White Records," and under this initiative we use a carrot and stick approach. The stick is clear, it's labor inspection and so on. Regarding the carrot, we are working on it now, and hopefully soon we will make an announcement. Now I can only present in general terms our intention. We would like to have an automated mechanism so that we do not have to force companies submit applications. No, it should be an automated system that will identify some salary increases at certain stages, and for companies to receive subsidies automatically for these salary increases. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, I talked with our colleagues from international organizations that is providing financial support to the Republic of Moldova, and have a say with regards to the development of our economic policies. And actually, we have the openness of the Minister of Finance and the openness of the tax authority to implement such a mechanism. The mechanism will be called automated mechanism to subsidize salary increases. And the acronym in Romanian is masks, meaning to take masks down and make the full face visible. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for this positive note for the honest business that pay their salaries in full legally. And we are waiting for you tomorrow. We will continue our discussions. You know, we will speak about tax issues, about tools to fund businesses and their taxation. And in addition to that, we will speak about digitalization of tax relationship. We'll wait for you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.